butts. Hello, Edward. Hello, Nolan.
I'm British. Woo! Oh boy, smooching time.
All the redeems. We will not have a Michael tonight. We are, his mother is in town for his birthday, so he will be spending time with her and not here. I made a whiskey coke, but I also had like a tiny bit of amaretto left and didn't want to waste it, so I like tossed it in with it. I don't know. It's not bad. I kind of actually turned it like bubblegum. I feel like the Canadian Club Windsor with apple already kind of has a bubblegum, and it kind of made it more bubblegum. Yeah. I think I prefer it without it, but it's not bad. Just, and I wouldn't say bubblegum is quite up there on my list of favorite liquor flavors. Normally I'm kind of waiting for Michael, but I'm not now, so I think we're just good. We're going to do a little bit of some different things tonight. We're going to do some video editing because I think I have this all rendered out. Oh, I did not prep my music. There we go. Okay. So it took me forever to render this out. I kept having so many issues with the fire particles. There was a lot of them, and I keep forgetting that the default fire particle that you can get that I use from, it's like base barracks fire from a Dota particle. I keep forgetting that it looks fine when previewing it in Source Filmmaker, but when it renders, the fire tends to go everywhere. Actually, this still shows what that looks like. That's not how fire is supposed to act. And I kept forgetting which property it was. I thought it was velocity noise, but it ended up not being that. So I thought it was a different one. The problem is the only way to know if it's the correct one or not is to start rendering, because I can't see it in preview. And it took me multiple attempts to figure out which one it finally was. And eventually I figured it out, because every time I needed to update it, you need to update like 3 different pieces of every particle. And most of the shots have 5 fires, which means you have to update 15 properties on 4 shots each, so it's like 45 every time. So it was annoying. I think based on the previews I had that is done. I'm hoping. So we're gonna see if we can get this done. I already started some of the editing for this when I thought that the render was fine, and then it wasn't. Let's see here. So I think this is, yeah, this is the one, and I just need to replace these in that file, if I remember right. Normally I would just keep them separate, but I'm not going to because I'm lazy. Okay, so we're just gonna cut, and we're gonna go into this file, and it should be named the same. Yes, replace them. That looks better. Yeah, it's normal fire instead of everywhere fire. It feels cheesy. And I did go in there and modified it so that the side ones were a little taller than the bottom ones, so it framed the door better. But yeah. But that one, it kind of looks like it comes up a little weird. I'm not a huge fan of like the color swap here because it goes from like a very not orange to orange to very orange. And I think it stays that way after that. Yeah. So okay, I think a way to solve this is to just add more orange to this one to balance out the other one. I could reduce the orange on this. Let's see how that works. Is there an effect for reducing the RGB specifically? Because they have saturation. Actually, can I do with levels? I can. Okay. Let's see. Let's increasing it. It really doesn't change much. I don't think it does, but must be. I feel like it kind of just makes it weirdly high contrast and other things. I think the orange is fine. It's just I need to modify this one. So we're gonna see. We're gonna add a solid. Something just got in my nose. Jeez. I'm gonna add a solid orange. And then we're gonna add a mask to that. And we're gonna see if we can just kind of. I don't know video editing that well, so there's probably different ways to do this, but I'm gonna just use this way. I'm gonna say this is kind of the fiery thing. How do we add the lines? It's shift hold? No. Whatever, I probably don't need it. Hello, Derek. Because if I can just add what kind of equates to a little bit of a burn-in orange, it might help. Other than that, I could go back and re-render it. Because lighten does it lightens it. That's probably not what I'm going for. I think I need to go for the other effect. Color burn. Oof. No, that's probably too strong. What if I do that? I don't want to go all the way. Okay. Because that has a little bit of red. Does it help? Why does it suddenly get... Light's fine until like right here. Suddenly gets brighter? You know, I copy pasted a light and I think I might have whoopsied it. I might have to re-render that one out. It's fine. I don't really need to get this fully encoded tonight, but I at least wanted to try to get it whatever done. Oh, the other thing though, I can cover. I did. Oh yeah, this is a new version of After Effects, so let's do a different thing. I did the storm one. So this is done. So I ended up actually dropping the saturation. Normally on something like this, I usually try to like increase the saturation because increasing the saturation will give it a more poppy look. But for this, I actually felt it looked better with it dropped. Actually, it actually looked really neat black and white. But I ended up adding a few different layers on top of this. So this has this. So this is the original export. Hello Ready and hello Bloody Sunday. So yeah, I decreased the saturation. I thought about just decreasing vibrance, but the saturation definitely felt better. It made it feel more storm-like. The levels then really gave it that like harsh shadow where it really made the light pop from the lightning bolts too. And let's see, can I just put it there? So it did crush a little bit of the whites were already crushed, but it did crush some of the blacks a little bit. But I'm kind of okay with that because it really made the things pop the way I want to. I did also go back here and I added a little bit of fog on the ground. I took some of the cloud models, and then I just literally within 2 frames just moved it across the floor of it, so it made it. Instead of having some of the hard edges that the cloud will do, it actually smoothed it out because the motion blur smoothed it out. So it just made it look like fog that was kind of sitting on there from rain. It was like whatever over the top. Hold on, I gotta ban somebody here. Get out of here. We don't want your ads. There we go. Yes, yeah, play some. You stay them. What else did I do here? So yeah, I did some of that editing. Then I also felt like the lightning bolt itself was missing a little bit of like an oomph along the edges of it, but it was way easier to add in post. So I just added a little bit of the lighting here. I also added a little bit of a vignette that really helped to bring it in. I knew that the lightning bolt itself, and it's still popping up through there, but it helps. It always makes things look grimmer and darker by having it kind of bring all the light towards the center. And then I also what was one of the more important ones, I added a blur around the outside. It also caused a little bit of a blur around her edges, but that really made it give that feeling of like a foggy mirror, like you're looking through glass that has a little bit of that like haziness to it, the buildup of moisture on glass, and I really liked that. To do that, it's just an adjustment layer. An adjustment layer is a layer that has no visuals. It's just about having an effect that then permeates to the layers below it. And so I just gave it the blur effect and then put a mask at the center, so it masked out the center for the blur because of like for the mask here. So then it just shows where the blur is. And then just feathered out. So, but I like that effect. I don't think there was any other changes I made to the video file beforehand. I did have to, I did do the camera different. So, so how this actually ended up looking was essentially like this. I added some audio too. But the effect turned out pretty cool. With the rain there, so I decided going with a zoom in and a gentle curving or twisting of the camera would highlight the three-dimensional effect. So I thought that that would help with making it, because I tried a couple different camera angles and rendered a couple frames and it didn't really show it too much, but this one I felt really helped that rain pop a lot. Also, by having the camera zoom like that different, I felt like the background was very looking static, like almost it was just a 2D image. And by doing that, it helped having some of the 3D elements pop on it, so that it still felt that it was somewhat three-dimensional back there instead of just like a static image. So yeah, but this, I actually was really surprised how well this kind of turned out. So this is just that haze that I put down there, and it is just the cloud one that I put over anywhere else, and I just have it motion blurred by moving, and it smoothed it out to make it look like a really nice, smooth, hazy color without having to use like a volumetric light, which kind of breaks things. But yeah, I thought this turned out actually pretty good. I added some audio just because I thought if you're exporting as WebM, which is what a lot of places, if you're going to put like video on a picture platform accept, I thought I'd add some audio, and I just added some because I have a bunch of the packs I got from Huntable Bundle over the years. Just a storm one with a lightning bolt in the middle, and then I have a couple boat turns, which is essentially just a creaking boat sound. Yeah, I think it sounded pretty good. So this was exported, I think. I just haven't put it anywhere yet. Yeah. VLC. I gotta figure out why VLC doesn't enjoy opening quickly the first time. I don't know why. It always takes like a good 10 seconds. Yeah, so then the final ended up turning out like that. There was a couple of these raindrops that got close and got sapped away from the Xenear. I actually was working on rendering this out, and then I found that the eyes were kind of like wobbling out a little bit. That was because of the Xenear issue, which normally happens if you have the Xenear too low, but which is the default. So I had to increase that, which means I had to go and re-render like 20 of the starter frames. I still don't like that her eyes have like this, her eyebrow kind of came in there, but there was really nothing I could do about that. The model just was, in that side of things, poorly designed. The rest of it was fine. That one wasn't. But yeah, I rendered it out in 4K, but the WebM I only did in 1080. I felt like doing 4K would have probably been too big of a file, even though the 1080 only ended up being 7 megabytes, which is surprisingly small. But yeah, I like just like going back and forth at this because it just has a fun effect. I was really surprised how well it turned out. The only thing I don't like as much is that when that like water droplet kind of gets cut off here, it kind of has a hard edge, especially with the one right here, where it kind of comes down. You can see it kind of disappears. I can't really do anything about that though, unless I like redid the whole thing and tried to find one that didn't have water drop like that happen. But because it's being stretched out, something that I don't see in preview might pop up in render. So trying to find one that doesn't actually have that would be difficult. But I also like that there's some really close to the camera because it helps give that three-dimensional effect that's not just behind her, but also in front of her. So yeah. That turned out 4 out of 8. I miss having Flash. Flash, you could render something like this out, and I did it for one video where you could have a interactable video. So I was able to, a while back, had a Flash where it was about with Pip and Blackjack, and it played the video where it was 360 frames, and so each frame made up 1 degree of a circle, and then it would just automatically go frame by frame like a video. But if you clicked it, it would pause it, and then you could literally drag it left and right. And so I wrote the script in it so that by dragging it, you could spin it manually and to any position you wanted. And that was really cool. I love that, but you can't do that with like WebM. Boo. But yeah. I'm not sure what to do with this though. I'll probably just put it on Derpy Brew, but like it's not something I can really put on YouTube because that's not algorithm worthy for the stuff that my channel normally has. So I don't know. It's more of I wanted to try to do it and make it work, and it did. I did kind of want to play around with Big Derp. Having some like splashing waves where you have a model that with the motion blur that's just kind of curves up at an angle to make it feel like there's something like spreading up that direction. But I felt like trying to get that to actually look how I would want it to look would probably take a while, and so I just kind of said but you could do some that were moving and then some like speckles of like water that's flying off that isn't, like it's kind of frozen there. You could do some really cool effects doing this. It's just rendering took like an hour at 200 frames to go through each one by hand manually. First attempt, but I had to delete them anyway. I messed up quite a bit and had to re-render, and I missed a frame completely, and then I didn't let one process, so it was like unprocessed. So it's like you gotta be careful with it. But that's cool. Anyway, we're gonna go back to that. Hello, quiet scan. Yeah, I was gonna look up. Did I make a boo-boo? I hate that it's this shot because this is the one that takes the longest to re-render. Yeah, what is the light that's like? Yep. I could see. Why is it ramping up? Okay, well. The only problem here? Okay, well, if I'm already going to have to render this back out again to fix that issue, I can try to fix the blending issue with that, like the red coloring. I think the way I kind of solved it here works, but it just gives an like overly saturated feel, and I don't know if I'm quite a fan of that. I'm gonna grab these one of these because they're colored. Don't want it moving around. concern is I really don't want to have the shadow increased anymore. But I feel like I have to, otherwise it's gonna do... Oh, come on. Like you can see... Hello, dangerous Jalen. Hello. But you can see that's kind of light on the floor like that. I don't know like that. But I do have to make this more orange. I really don't want to have too much. Okay, we're gonna have... Oh, you know what? I have to limit this anyway. I'm not gonna render this shot specifically, but one of the other shots needs 9 anyway, so this file already has something in it that does that. Whereas my buddy, Michael's birthday this weekend, so his mother's visiting, and he's spending time with her. So he is not here this weekend for streaming anyway. Okay, that over brightens her a little bit. But how does it look from a coloration perspective? I really don't think it adds too much. Oh, sunset. Thank you for the resub. Looks like a favela getting raided in the middle of the night. What is a favela? Tell me go hello for me. I can do that. This is one of those things that like it's hard to get a gauge on what it looks like, because like I want to get it to actually like kind of light up her like this, but if I do that, I'm hitting the back wall and stuff. I really don't want to do that. You know, maybe we can do a mix. Let's do... So this is going to add a little bit of that orange. Put that radius up a bit more. That helps blend out the ground. Okay, that radius is overridden really high, isn't it? Yes. It's a bit better. So that'll add a little bit of the orange to everything, but it's not going to do what I want. Yeah. Now I'm going to go to the side, but I really want to have it just hit her. So we're going to try to be careful with this light positioning. He says the village had bad decor anyway. Also, anyone gone to San Diego Comic-Con this week? I have not. Well, I definitely haven't. I'm here. But nope. I've seen some really cool announcements come out of it, though. I saw that they finally had the final trailer for the Cowdy versus Acme movie, which looks really cheesy, but that's kind of expected and should be. So that's good. I know they had some LFP news, but I feel like it's for what people were wanting for news. I feel like it was kind of minimal. Okay. So that adds a little bit more like bounce light to her. So instead of having it just be edge light, it does that. I think that definitely helps with it. I think I still need to redden this door a little bit, and that's fine. The one thing I did want to look at here too, this fire, like, is over here. This one's kind of like not starting right away. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the one. Is it just starting later? 26.2. 26.2. Okay, so it's all starting at the same time. I'm wondering if it's not really a problem, but still, it's just I'm confused. Those little like water puddles kind of stand out, but I think they get processed away. Yeah, they do. Version Acme looks pretty good. The only thing that bothers me about it is they definitely went for the cartoon thing, but all the cartoon portions feel very 3D cartoon. It's not like Who Framed Roger Rabbit or something where it was all drawn in, which I know is way more complicated than doing 3D, but it felt like they really did the minimal effort to try to hide it. But I also won't complain that it's actually getting released, considering that it was like mostly done and then like canceled for tax write-off reasons. So I'm glad it's still being released. I also found it really funny that the trailer talks about how you might about failing over and over again and trying your best, whatever. It was basically the lesson in there was exactly what Warner Brothers ended up doing to cancel the show, like going against the lesson that the movie was, which was funny. Have you ever played Tomodachi Life Living the Dream? I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar to me. Okay, I think that fixes that stuff, but re-rendering this out would take too long, so I'm not going to do that right now, but I will. But in here, I think we can just kind of, I'm just probably going to assume to keep this added, but I need to mask it. Not mask it, I need to have it fade in here. So we're going to do opacity here and then there. I'm going to go to 0% here so that it increases that orange add. But that does help blend it a little better with this one. I feel like if I could maybe like kind of sort of reduce the red there, but is it this one feels higher contrast. This is one problem with like kind of I want to make sure their eyes are getting fully closed here. Okay, they do have that one like half frame where they're not closed, and they're still they're closing. Oh, that's good. Kinda. That is an easy fix, but normally I thought that the new models don't do that anymore. But they usually are better about it. You can manually render the frames to fix that, but that's a little annoying. Okay. Taco. The other thing I needed to do here is I needed to Oh, I did the fade. I feel like this is a little too dark. Let's fix that. Pretty sure that this is, yeah, the histogram's on this. Problem is, like, to get the actual coloring right, I have to do it here and then override it over there because I can't see with the fade. I feel like that's a bit better. That's fine. It's kind of cheesy lightning, but I kind of, oh, okay. Well, maybe I should add a little bit of brightness there. It's going to be similar to the way I did it before. Add a white solid. Add a mask. Set the solid to kind of the area. That this makes up, and we need to go well above. Okay, and then we do a gotta go mask feather, kind of like that. We go into our blending modes and we add, I think it was linear, no, not linear dodge. Which one was it? Just add. Yeah, add will work. Okay. And then to figure out where it's the brightest. And that's right here. So this is going to be 100. And then we'll make this 80. Okay, actually, no, this is too, that's still too bright. I should. If I put the this down, okay, that does get rid of it. All right, so we're gonna do this as two different pieces. We're gonna do this mask for so this is gonna be the maximum brightness. So we'll say that's fine, and then we can use this opacity to do any modifications to that. So we'll do this at 80%, and then we'll do this at, let's say, 30%. We'll do 40. Then this will be 50. This will be 30. And that's 0. Okay, and this I think is basically the equivalent to this, just a little bit less. So we'll do 75. Do this one as 85. Oh, 85. I need it to be an even number. Technically 86 is even, but 85 is better. This is going to be dropping to 60. Then back up to 75. 80. 70. 50, 60, 65, 55, 45. And from there, I can just have it fade out to 0. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm going to decrease stream audio a little bit because video is going to be loud and it's not as easy to drop it there. You could drop it a bit more. There. Hello, Jinxie Cake. So that definitely provides a bit more oomph to the lightning, and it like adds artificial bloom, and I kind of like that. So, oh sweet. I was concerned that I was going to have to do 2 of these. I do not have to. I can just do another path here, and actually I'll do it here first. So path it, and I can just move it. One. I have to set up where it is first, otherwise it would just overridden it. All right. How is Jinxie doing? How's everybody doing? Hope you're having a wonderful, I'm gonna say weekend, but technically just started. We have a, because it's Michael's birthday tomorrow, we are having a birthday barbecue type thing for him tomorrow, and it's going to be hot though. Like the last couple of days have been really nice, but the day that it's his barbecue that he's doing, it's like kind of not. It's gonna be like 90s and humid, but whatever. But yeah, should be fun. Just got back from a day at drill, being promoted staff sergeant tomorrow. Nice. That sounds like more responsibility, and with slightly more pay, maybe. I can wish. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if everybody wishes him happy birthday, I'll let him know. Okay, so this needs to go here now to make sure it happens early. And the same thing. Where is the maximum? I think it's right here. This one does not need to be as bright, I think. I think that is fine. So we will do, oh no, I'll do a little brighter. So we'll do, let's do 70. It's pretty bright. 70, not 68. I want to go to figure out where the nothing number is. Yeah, do it right here because it's gonna try to drop anyway. Okay, so this we'll do 60. This would be like 15. This would be, let's say 25. This would be 5. Almost nothing. Okay, so this would be 60. Let's go to 40 here. I can probably stretch it out 1 extra. Let's be back up to 60. This would be 65. 55. Then back up to, do 55 again. 65. To here it drops pretty quick, so we'll drop that to 35, and then it starts its fade. And we will put its fade right here at 0. I could technically mask it to like animate the light coming down, but because the actual bolts aren't doing that, it kind of would seem weird. The video is SFM side is done. We're doing the After Effects side now. It's just I ran into an issue here, like here to here. I didn't feel that the lighting was equivalent, so we added a little bit of orange to this one to try to balance it out. But then I also noticed that the light kind of like got brighter randomly there, so I have to re-render the shot anyway. So I added some more orange, and I'll probably have to double check it before posting. If any, well, I could re-render this one again. Yeah, like this one. I feel like it might just be overdone on the orange side of things. Actually, you know what? I bet you it might not be that it's overdone. I bet you I'm using the default saturation numbers for the other shots, and for this one, it just ends up being too much. Yeah, because I'm doing 30 vibrance, but if I did 0... I mean... It has an effect, but I would say it's very minimal. Because I could just, if you go in here and just, what's one of the lights that's hitting them? Yeah, if I just went in here and just like backed off the height, the saturation of just that light, and specifically that light, because like this one being brighter orange makes sense. Them being brighter orange is the one that's a little rough. I think what I'm going to do is just with that little small change, I'm going to plan to re-render these two out, and that'll be my reminders to do that. Okay. Yeah, I see. I remember loving After Effects. I like After Effects if you need to render or do video stuff. I definitely like it. And some might think, why am I not using Premiere for doing general video editing? It's probably better now, but I do everything in 4K image sequences, and After Effects build everything in RAM. That's what this green light is. It means that everything is, the preview's been built into RAM. So I can, even though there's fancy effects, I can go back and forth because it's got a essentially rendered video version sitting in RAM. Premiere doesn't do that. Premiere just always pulls directly from the video file. For a MP4, that might be fine. But for 4K bits where every frame is a separate image, it makes previewing very laggy, because if you want to like try to like smudge back and forth on the video, it's loading from images, not a video, and they're not really made for doing that. And so it ends up being that all your previewing is slower. Sometimes it just wouldn't play normally. This again was like 6-7 years ago. It might be better now with better performance and whatever engine stuff, but because of that, I basically do everything in After Effects because of the RAM preview. It's actually because of that I think I still have it. Yeah, I have 64 gigs of RAM. I think at one point I might have had 128. No, I think I've always had 64, but I upgraded to 64 from 32 specifically because it lets me double the amount of time that I can preview, which if you're previewing in 4K, I think 32 gigs, like even this one's fully previewed, and yeah, I'm sitting at 53 gigs of RAM use. So, but I'm not at 4K, I'm at half 4K, but I'm also at about a minute. And so generally it was a couple minutes of video I could do at full resolution 4K. So, generally I don't need to run it full, but I also don't want to run it at like sometimes a quarter. I'm going to miss some details, like some of the edges I might not be able, I might miss something. So I do like to do at least half or full on the previews, but yeah. You did 2D animating in it. I did it for the little Michael riding the derpy thing. I think I did that rigged in After Effects, so I had no idea what I was doing with it. I know some people here that weren't here before. I did finish the Seleno in the Storm thing. If you're interested, I can open it back in After Effects and go over it again, because I think it's pretty neat how it turned out. I'm holding a heart-shaped amethyst stone. Ooh, that sounds nice. As big as my palm is. This is a special unicorn love stone. I believe it posted pics in blue sky. Amethyst always makes me think of rarity. It is a very pretty color. What else did I need to do here? Okay, the other thing I need to do, I did realize there was an issue with the lighting with her eyes here. I did have to fix that before rendering. Oh, damn it. I forgot on this one again. Freaking skybox is off. I'll have to remember it. I have to re-render that shot anyway, so whatever. But that's annoying. But no, the one thing I do need to do here is I need to my audio done. So technically I have the audio export here, but I never ever trust that SFM is going to time it right. And I can preview it here to see if it turns out right, but normally I'll go back and redo it because I don't know what SFM does for its exports. Yeah, it's off.
This thing.
Is that a high school girl?
What?
High school girl?
So like he's starting high right here, like high, but you can see the audio for it is actually right here. So it's actually off by 3 or 4 frames. This is my SFM. No matter what you do, it's going to be off a little bit. And so I just say, screw it. And I just redo it myself in here. So we don't want that. Let's grab all our audio files. The problem is I need to get all of these into After Effects. All right. The other thing I kind of hate about the way that this handles some of the audio, it's always off a little bit, and then say I do need to fix something with the audio, there is an option to just export audio, but it does not work. It will be wrong timing, wrong something, things will be missing, it'll be shorter for some or longer. It's all messed up. Never just do on here where you can just do file exports. I think when you go to movie, you can say sound. Never do it. It never is correct. The only way I've been able to do it correctly, if you just need the audio output, is to re-render the whole thing, which usually I'll drop, like turn off all the progressive refinements, render it out at 480 so that it just does the whole video in an image sequence like really quick. It outputs them super quick, and then you just delete all the image sequences. It's stupid, but it's the only way I've figured out how to do it. Anyway, so first let's do dialogue. Okay. So I need Gentle Colts, Starlight, Dr. Weird Combined Horse. And Sunbird should be pretty close. Sunbird, is that a high school girl? Is that supposed to happen? That one's just called Dr. Weird. I don't know why I named that different. And then that's a truck backing up. That is also one that should be in... Oh, I guess it is dialogue, technically. In a weird way. Is that supposed to happen? My tacos. Oh, this wants to start like Glimmer. Okay. Okay. Gentle Colts. The other reason that I really hate doing or the one reason I hate doing After Effects is on here, the timeline doesn't really work well for audio. It ends up being you just stacked a bunch of stuff in there. And I could render this out as a video and then like bring it into Premiere, but I'm not going to do it in two places. I'm just going to work in one. Okay. So this one should be pretty easy to figure out the timing for. When you have just this, you can usually figure out I think this is around here.
I've created. I've created. Ford Mustang GT. I've created.
It's still a little off.
Ford Mustang. Ford Mustang GT. 5 Ford.
Okay, so she does the F right here. So this should be here.
5 Ford Mustang GT. F Mustang GT. F.
Okay, this still needs to go. This one's getting here.
Mustang GT. F.
That looks a little better.
5 Ford Mustang GT. F created.
Okay, it's time with the audio. It feels a little off to me, but I think I just need some of the background stuff too. Actually, I should load the background music because that's going to be something taking up most of it. It's this one. This is called Dr. Weird intro music. Do I start it with the video or do I? No, it's a little bit beforehand. Like by a little bit. I'd say it's by about a third of a second.
Gentle Colts.
Okay, that is probably cut. Yep, okay. So I'm just gonna have to figure out where I want it.
Gentle Colts. Gentle Colts. By combining.
Where do I have the audio for Gentle Colts right here? Lightning flashes. This is the first lightning flash right here. It's just it's a little bit before the second lightning flash. A little bit more forward.
Gentle Colts. By combining a horse, anime.
Okay, there we go. I wanted to, there was something else I wanted to do here. Oh, we haven't done the text overlay. I keep forgetting about that. I need reference material. Let's go to YouTube. Okay, so it looks like it fades from black. That's actually good to know. And does it have a pause there because of that? Okay, does it actually like start? It's about halfway through the fade that the audio kicks in. So let's add like a 1 second to the beginning of this video. 48. I probably don't need that much, but it makes it easier to work with it for now. All right, so we need to have this fade in. I keep on saying SFM. After Effects used to have a problem where if you'd like a fade in, but it was invisible in the background, it like had problems. I don't think it does anymore, but it used to be weird. Opacity. So we're gonna say like a half second of fade. So not much at all. Boom, boom. We do want to have this be a little smoother. I'm gonna fade this out and bring it in. Okay. And it is gonna have like the transparency thing. That's fine. We'll just fix that with a good old blank layer of a black solid shape. Okay, now the Dr. Weird music shouldn't kick in until about halfway through the fade. So I would say the fades, let's just do it to here, probably there. I think it's a little late. Okay, we'll do that. I do want to check one more thing with this. It is a little bit of a slower fade than I have. Okay, that feels better. Yeah, I can probably get rid of a little bit at the beginning. Just go a couple more frames and I think we're good. All right, now what does it get rid of at the end? 4817. Okay. To see about Michael takeovers because Michael's not here. There's no Michael. I'm not gonna go like knock on his door. He's busy. Did the G6 announcement caused him to explode. He was just sad he couldn't be here because of the announcement, but he looked it up and he says he'll look up more information later. There's apparently, it looks like a recording of it, but I feel like for the information that was provided, it wasn't like a huge announcement. It was essentially like, yeah, all those leaks you saw, yeah, that's it. Like, I don't think it was not enough to, I think, get him like super excited. He was kind of disappointed because it sounds like it's 9-minute episodes and only YouTube, which he didn't care as much about. But I have concerns regarding financials. Like, YouTube's not exactly a place to put a big professionally made product, especially if Lauren Foss is involved, for 9-minute segments. So I'm unsure how that's supposed to go. Oh yeah, text. Okay, celebrity of Dr. Weird, and then the location. So, what font is that? Just like Arial? Looks like just basic, whatever. So lab. That is definitely not the run. Laboratory, is that how you spell it? Laboratory, yep. Of Dr. Glimmer. Equal Town? Is it called Equal Town? Is Our Town. And how's the capitalization going here? It's just standard sentence based. Beach days. Is this just Arial? No. Yeah, I know what this is. What is the font used in the bottom third text of the intro for Dr. Weird Shorts? Okay, apparently it doesn't want to know. Price down? I've had it give some really weird font names, and then I'm like, you're trying too hard. What is an equivalent that's close to that? I want to see if this is like the actual font. That is not the font used. No. No, that is not what's used. No, okay, you lie, AI, because does that look like price down to you? Like, no. Hold on, sometimes if I just tell it you're stupid, you're right. You're entirely correct. Hold on, what is this thing this time? Is Pinto Flare. Ooh, what is Pinto Flare? It is also not Pinto Flare. Okay, we're doing this our own. Oh, wow. Where's my video again? There it is. It looks like it probably I can get away with this one. It just needed the letters to be fatter. Because that T and that's the T doesn't quite match. Oh, it's narrow though. Let's try regular. Oh, okay, now it's fat. Oh, that's too fat. Okay. The T is still not quite right. Hold on, we're gonna try something else. We're gonna just do a text copy of this. We're gonna see if ChatGPT is better. It's not Arial. That T, if you look at that T, this is a very thin T with an angled top, and it looks like that too, but it looks very squished. This T is like extended out a little bit more. It could be Arial, but it's still got something else about it. Okay, so this is a more general font that I think that I should have. I know this, I don't know how to say it, but that has more promise. That might have done it. That T feels more like this T. Not by much, but I think that's actually closer. I don't think this is actually accurate though, because this E is a vertical cut, where this looks like it's a horizontal cut. So I don't think it's quite that one, but it does feel closer. I don't know if I have Open Sans. No. But I think I can get away with this one. I think that one should be fine. It's closer than Arial, and so I think I'll go with it. I don't know if I need semi-bold. I think I can go with a regular. Oh no. No, I think semi-bold is the better. Semi-bold, and then crush a little bit more. It's okay. I feel like this is still even more compressed. It's kind of like this almost, but it feels like the words themselves are, oh, because I'm doing the actual letter squishing. That's my bad. This is the one I was looking for. All right, let me get the actual colors and stuff right here. Some of this might just feel right once I get it into position and stuff. Okay. Still feel like this is a little too, oops, too bold. I'll stop double clicking things. What if I go to regular now? That feels better. The socks. That's, I think, acceptable. Some of this, I think, is just because it's low quality. And then video-wise, I'd say it's about 1.5 lines of the text above here, which would be about here. Position wise, that's fine. This is a 4K, so this should be at 1920 to be centered. Okay. And then it pops in. It's right before that other text pops in. It fades in. Is it very quick?
Gentle coat.
A little earlier.
Gentle coats.
And then when does it go away? Okay, actually, I need to delay this audio. I'm a little early. Oh, but I can't because.
Gentlemen, vegetables have threatened man for generations.
I kind of jump right into it.
Gentle coats. By combining.
Okay, but when does the text go away? Is it pretty quick? Just before the next fade. So I can say it can go to here. And we'll go to here. And then we will. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Boop. Okay.
Gentle coats. Gentle coats. By combining a horse.
I'm going to do this a little bit more last minute.
By combining a horse. By combining a horse.
I think I'm also going to blend this one. I'm going to fade it out a little bit more. And we're going to do the same thing on this one.
Gentle coats. By combining a horse and an anime.
There we go. So I hate to say it, but after reading the articles, Press best for Argo walks away now. I wouldn't say that. I say that for what the announcement is, it's not much. It feels like more shorts. It doesn't feel like it's not a Gen 6. It feels like I would say it's a desperate attempt to throw something out with an IP that they own so that it doesn't grow stagnant and maintain some amount of energy until they maybe get to something bigger. But Hasbro's already canceled a lot of their games, and they say that they're instead going to be focusing on their biggest IPs, which they say that, but I would say Dungeons and Dragons is one of their biggest IPs, and they canceled a Dungeons and Dragons game. Okay. Since games take a while, it feels like it was a giant waste of money and a huge opportunity wasted because they didn't capitalize early on what Baldur's Gate could have been. But that is a hindsight thing, because I don't think anybody knew Baldur's Gate 3 was going to be as big as it was. I knew it was going to be a great game. Larian, they do amazing things. There was some comments that were like, Hasbro was stupid. All they had to do was make some DLCs for Baldur's Gate. I'm like, it wasn't Hasbro's decision. That was Larian, and Larian didn't want to do DLCs, and it's kind of up to them. They were probably not contractually obligated to. DLCs were about making profit. They want to be creative, and they didn't see that in that, and so they moved on to other things, which is like what I want developers to do. They shouldn't be saying, let's do this to make money. They should be saying, let's do this because it's fun, and that's where you get Baldur's Gate 3s and stuff. So I am super happy that Baldur's Gate 3 has no DLCs, because it means that they did it for the reason that they did it. So I'm super excited about that. Yes, 56 million, I believe. Well, not lost out on they put 56 million into development, which means they can write it off, which isn't 56 million back. It just means that they can write off that amount on taxes. So they just don't have to pay 56 million in taxes. So in a way, they're going to get the money back, kind of. But it's... if the games were about a future investment, and what they're saying is we want to prioritize now investment, and so they canceled all that stuff so that their shareholders were happy in the now. But what it means is that the potential future profit is gone. And because they can say, well, the game industry is shifting and moving. Well, yeah. Games take 3 years to make. You can't just say what it is now and assume that that's what it's going to be in 3 years. It is not an industry you can chase with AAA titles. I firmly believe that just big AAA companies need to stop making AAA games and just go making A games. Like, this is one of the things like Square Enix is kind of doing, where they still do their big AAA titles that take multiple years to develop, but now they have like Final Fantasy Resonance coming out, which is like 2D, 3D games. It's probably a lot easier to put together, but it looks awesome, and I think that's a really cool idea. They're also taking the story from the mobile game and turning it into a video game. They need to start making games that aren't about like top of the line graphics that barely run on computers with frame gen. They need to make games that are just good. Like you think back in Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, a lot of those games graphically are nothing compared to today, but people still go back to them because they're fun. And I think that they just need to do games like that. Spend twice the budget to write a good story and have decent mechanics, and just say fuck graphics. Like, you can make a game that has the graphics from 7 to 8 years ago. You can do it significantly quicker with today's workflows and all the stuff, the tools that you have, and it would still look great as long as it has a good story. And it's just, I don't get it. Instead, it has to be about amazing trailers that have nothing to do with the game, and like giant $100 million budgets so that they can make 10 million in profit, when you could just make something for like 5 million and still make that 10 million. But now you do with less risk. I don't get it. Talk about corporations that they're legally obligated to profit their investors in the short term. Yeah, which is why most of the best stuff coming out is not from public companies. Like, it's all these private indie places that are doing the best stuff, because it's allowing the people that are creative to be creative and not requiring them to be beholden to people that are profit or are optimizing profit over a product. And yeah, you could say that in the end, the product's purpose is a profit, but from the consumer perspective, all we're left with is just like being frustrated and annoyed, and we have plenty of other options to go to. Problem is people still end up just like going and like buying the Call of Duties and stuff, and ends up still being successful, even if they're crap, even if they're rated horribly. But what do you do? And then it's, if they do that, the company then, when it doesn't sell so well, find some reason to blame it on something like the market or whatever, or but they never blame it on the fact that they're just copy pasting and making junk with huge budgets. It's always about somebody else's fault. Yeah, it's frustrating. Single and double A games are probably the best creations for them because they are so short. It's not even about short. There's like I've had a couple, for instance, Chained Echoes was a JRPG I played, 2D graphics, had a really unique leveling up system, very unique combat, and I think the developer said that they spent many years working on it, but it was a very small team, so budget wise it was very small. But I put like 110 hours. Like, what were my hours in that game? Was 64 hours. Which one am I thinking? I had 100 hours. I went and got all the achievements because it was such a good game. It's one of my favorite stories that I'm really hoping that they build more in the universe for. Was it Sea of Stars? I don't think Sea of Stars did. No, that one only had 45, but still 60 something hours in a game like that compared to like some AAA titles where you're putting like 20 in and then you're done. But you're spending twice as much. Chained Echoes was like 20, 30 bucks. So you can sell a game for half the price, make it more available to people and still have a good game. It's just, games with big fancy graphics, fine. But it's to me, it's low on the list of priorities. I don't want a game that looks pretty. I want a game that's just fun. And if it looks pretty too, great. Just don't charge me $80 for it, please, because you needed to have pretty fancy graphics. The game industry frustrates me, but also I love in the position we're in, where indie developers have such agency and such, in some situations, control over their own product. We had the issue with Microsoft buying up people, Sony buying up people, and then like laying them all off. Like, you consume all these studios, change your plan a year later, which is definitely like, well, games were still being developed because they take a long time, and then just like laying everybody off because it makes shareholders happy. Well, then why the hell did you buy them at the first place? It's like you're consolidating, and then by removing, you're still maintaining the consolidation by taking all these people out, and now all those people have to go find other places. Yeah, they might open up other indie studios, but now all this stuff that they started and were really cool are all canceled. It's just so stupid. But at least we do have some good indie studios out there that still do well. Like, we have Tango that got saved technically from Microsoft's layoffs, but they got saved by Krafton, I believe, which that is basically an EA. So as long as they say they'll maintain creative control, but that never lasts very long. I've heard that about every thing out there for those companies, and then the moment that like the news dies down on it, they'll end up like pushing their own requirements. Big fancy graphics just means I can't run it. Well, I would rather have high frame rate. I went back to play a little bit of Monster Hunter Wilds yesterday, and they've improved it, but even with like graphics set to, I would say, high-ish, I was running it like with a 5080 around 80 FPS, which is still pretty good. I mean, that's pretty high, but I have a 165 hertz monitor, and so I'm only getting half of what it can do. And it means that I can put on frame gen, but the frame gen in that game doesn't work very well because things are moving too fast. And DLSS, it's just with DLSS and stuff, we're just saying we can push games well beyond what they're able to run because we can just inshitify it. It's like, what's the point of making things look amazing if you're just going to then put a blur over it? I don't get it. Now with the new DLSS of like, well, what if we just invent graphics? I think it was a great one. I liked Ghostwire and really liked Hi-Fi Rush. I actually played Hi-Fi Rush a few months ago. It's, I would say, normally probably not a game I would play too much, but I was engaged in the story, the animation quality that was crazy good, the characters, like the gameplay to me was, but I mean, for some people it's good, really good. I wasn't my thing, but I still wanted to play it. But it's because it was just, I liked the story and it was engaging and I wanted to play it. So that was fun. Was the one that kept lagging out because it would run 500 checks for the DLC every second. I don't know if that was the case. Early on, it had a lot of like multiplayer issues, graphical issues. It kind of ran like crap. It's improved a lot. And actually, when you open the game for the first time after that, it like tells you, hey, do you want us to recheck your graphics settings because we fixed things? It's better. I didn't have too much problems before myself, but it's definitely better. It's just still, for what the graphics look like, I feel like the performance is still trying to trash. You could get rid of a lot of stuff and still do much better. I've had to learn so much. I could never have had a chance if I hadn't learned how to properly work with ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT's helped me a little bit. I was actually trying to see if, because with SFM, when I was doing the rendering out for that, because I know some of you guys had popped in. I could show you what that looks like. For the Storm one here, I I was trying to see if I could have ChatGPT write me a script to automate that by using, like, with a Python script that it could go through and like auto render things out. But the documentation is so poor for a lot of SFM like properties and things that can be run that it's like, I can give you a workflow that would work, but I don't know how to actually do it because there's no documentation of what properties to run. So I thought I could use keyboard shortcuts, but there's technically no keyboard shortcuts for moving things within the timeline. I tried a couple other workarounds to see if I could just make a macro that would do it for me. Didn't come up with anything, so I just ended up having to just do it manually. But it ended up being done. This is what it ended up looking like. I kind of showed this earlier, but I have a couple layers of having I decreased the this one I increased the contrast. I decreased the saturation. It just definitely looked better being decreased from like a storm perspective. It actually, if you went in here and decreased it to black and white, it also was kind of cool. So, but I felt that at least saturation at half worked well. I added a little bit of an extra light that follows the lightning bolt, added a vignette, and then I also, where the vignette was, I added a blur to kind of give that feeling of moisture on a lens. And then it ended up turning out like this. So I added a little bit of a camera twist and had to go in and out to very much highlight the rain being separated stuff. So yeah, it turned out pretty good. And I do have a video version. Actually, this has audio, just for fun. I have a WebM version of it. I think I'm going to put it on Derpy Bureau. I don't know where to put it otherwise. That's about it. So I just haven't done it or put it anywhere yet. But it looks really good. It's really good. It just took a surprising amount of effort to render out because I had to redo a lot of things with some different things to make it work. Don't be safe. Okay. Audio.
Gentle colts. By combining a horse and a...
Okay, so we did the gentle colts. Did the water behave? Oh yeah, it didn't crash. That behaved. The main issues were I noticed that the eye was flickering on the edge, and that was because of the Z near distance being an issue with textures that are too close. I never actually modified the camera to be closer Z. It would have been better having it be where the Z near was very low because it allows the rain to get closer to the camera. But when you have it that low, it makes it so that the textures get goofy. So I had to increase it, which means some of the rain kind of disappears as it gets closer to the camera in a way that I wouldn't have wanted, but it prevents the eye from flickering around, which is very distracting. And I felt that where's the video version of it? On the base of the ship, I felt that water hitting it would probably be causing some kind of a buildup of mist. So I did add a little bit of a haze down there, and I ended up just adding a cloud model that's the same as the clouds in the background, but I just had it move very quickly over that time frame so that it motion blurred, and it actually made a really nice fog effect. So I'm kind of like that. What was one of the other things I did? I had to add a few more water droplets here based on the angle. I did a little frustrated that there's a little bit of a water droplet that's kind of going through the wood there, but what I would do, I did have to find a position within the rain that allowed me to move through the rain. So I had to do a lot of modifications for timing for that. Oh, actually, this is one I wanted to show. If you ever need to do manual rendering, you're going to do something like that. I was just going up and doing export image. It's just the default thing you can do. The problem is it was defaulting to a 720 preview. To get around that, I had to go into here, and I had to go to my render settings. That was the render settings. I went into poster and movie settings, both of these. And so I went to poster settings. I don't think it mattered, but just in case, I did manually change those to 4K. And then for movie settings, it was previewing the images at the movie setting. So I had to go in there and forcibly make sure that it was rendering out at 4K. Otherwise, all my preview images were showing at 720, and I didn't want that. So just some heads up that if you're going to do a manual rendering of image sequences like that, you have to make sure that if you haven't rendered out this movie yet, that you have either done it through that, or if you go to your render settings, not render settings, you go to export movie and at least set it here somewhere, because if you don't set those values, it's just going to export it at whatever the default with the movie, and that's not good. So, but yeah, it turned out pretty good. I think it would be pretty cool with the rain like falling and stuff, but I feel like then it feels like the waves would have to move, and I really, especially with how they were breaking, I can't move the waves. So this is fine. I think it's neat. It was an experiment that went, I think, pretty good. All right. I need my car horn. This is car horn 4. Your mouth is just starting right there for opening, so did I just do this one? Yeah, I just did the last part of it. Okay. Yeah, you get your best result with ChatGPT the more comprehensive your prompts. I don't just say do this for me or that for me. I build prompt frameworks. Yeah, I've gotten very good about providing context to the thing you're working in. Sometimes it's not just about providing this is what I want you to do, but this is why I want you to do it. Providing context as to what you're trying to do means that sometimes you might say do this, but maybe there's a better way around it, or it might not be an exact solution and there might be another way. But by providing a thing of do this because of this, then at least it knows that whatever it needs to do, this is the actual solution it's trying to come to, and not just like let's make these instructions. I've gotten a lot better over time with it. I've also, because I'm doing a lot of I use a lot of the AI for D&D assistance of helping expand on ideas, and I've gotten a lot better too about how to. Sometimes it's better not just say like tell me about this, but to like redefine where it was from, because after a while it starts mixing things up a little bit. ChatGPT is like having a conversation with another person. In your mind, you're clearly meaning one thing, but the other person is hearing something else. Yeah. Or like here, when I was just going to Gemini, I was like, hey, I need this. And it was like, how about this? It's like, no. Okay, this is kind of loud. Oh, no, not. You do it here. In context of the rest of the stuff, it's probably kind of quiet. Okay, -5 is fine. Okay. And then, let's get his audio here. Having the ability to view the waveform for stuff really makes it easier for lining things up. SFM has it too, but because playing doesn't quite actually equate to determining the matchups, it just, like, you can say, oh, that's right where that mouth is at this moment, but it's never quite right. So this is him saying which is right here.
High school girl?
Okay. Yep. So that's the end of the word. That's the beginning. Looks fine.
Is that a high school girl?
Okay. I think. Okay, so this one did get cut a little differently, so I have to be careful on that.
What? No!
This one seems extra quiet compared to the rest.
High school girl?
What? No!
Oh, no, that's too loud. Let's just do 6.
What? No!
Hold on. Let's hide music.
Is that a high school girl?
What? No! Could a high schooler do this?
Okay, so I think that's still a little bit taller than his. Yeah, on average, I'll say she's still a little bit high.
What? No! Could a high schooler do this?
Is that a high school girl?
That feels better. Okay, I do need to cut this. This needs to go first.
Girl?
What? No! Could...
Girl?
What? No! Could...
Okay.
No! Could a high schooler do this? Schooler do this? High schooler...
Technically, it should be.
No! No! Could a high schooler do this? Schooler do this?
This cuts off really harshly. I don't know if I noticed that before. Let's see if I can at least help it a little bit, but yeah,
This?
that helped a little bit.
Do this?
Yeah, it doesn't feel as cut. It's just a teeny bit of a drop.
No! Could a high schooler do this? Or do this? Schooler do this?
There's a little bit of a, like, when she whips her head really fast,
This?
the magic lingers in her face a little bit there. I don't know how I like that. I might have to re-render that because I don't want to have that magic in her face. It's distracting. Normally, if it was just kind of floating there, it'd be one thing, but you're getting a lot of this like very hard cutoff from a flat texture hitting into a 3D model. I don't like that. And if I'm already going to have to re-render it, but doing so might not give it the right property for actually getting it to like get out of the way. The actually easiest, not easiest, but like most reliant option is to just re-render it, but without any particle effect, and then just mask it out, because the rendering is the thing that takes up the most amount of resources. Spending an extra 15-20 minutes masking something is a lot better than spending an entire wasted night rendering. So I might have to just re-render that out, just remove the particle effect, then I know it'll be gone, or I can make it gone instead of having it be a maybe. So yay, drink horses. Like right now I'm working on development a suite of apps. I don't say design me this. I'm having long chats designing the infrastructure of a future prompt. Yeah, you're building your road before you send it down with a truck. I've been designing a reference notation system I use when designing a UI so ChatGPT can more clearly understand what I'm trying to describe. So the one thing that I've had problems with ChatGPT is that it does remember a lot of information across all the chats. But it doesn't remember everything. It really just starts at especially if it's going cross chats, it will just remember things that it determines the most important key things that were there. So I've had a lot of problems with, especially for D&D, because I've had extensively long, super long chats putting things together, that it likes to try to pull information from other things, but it doesn't quite always get it right. And so I sometimes have to double check some of that and determine it's right. Or like one time I had to make an NPC, and I said, my normal process for that is we'll help develop the NPC to like where I want it. And then at the end, I'll say, give me a summary. So then it gives me the summary of everything and I can read through it. And there's one time that I did a bunch of other stuff, then went back and said, can you give me a summary of this character from a while back? And then it said that they were like the owner of a store that wasn't correct. Like a different store completely. And I'm like, wait, what? And so I was like, no, they're doing this. And like, oh, I'm sorry, I crossed my wires. And I'm like, that's kind of critical. Like, you're supposed to be helping me keep things in order, and then you're not keeping things in order. And that really gave me concerns for stuff. But I also had the problem of I'll write a story for something, and then like a good ways down, I'll be like, you know what? Remove half of this. We're not going to do this. We're going to change it to this. But the problem is that got very ingrained at the beginning. And now like in future references, it really wants to go to the beginning thing, not the end thing. And so it's still a great tool. It saved me a lot of time, but it can be, I wouldn't call it frustrating because I expect it. I would say it's sometimes where it feels like every now and then I walk into a wall and I have to like back up and go, nope, okay, and then find a different way. So, but I still like it saved me way too much time. I wouldn't be able to do a lot of stuff that I've done without it. Well, I mean, I could have, but I wouldn't have been able to do it in like a third of the time. Okay, I'm only doing dialogue right now. Okay, so that's supposed to happen. Man, it saves me a lot of trouble. Yeah, it's one of those things that it can be frustrating, but if you were to say, well, then just don't use it, I'd be like, oh, no. I'll deal with the frustrations, because if it was to say I would spend 8 hours doing one thing or 4 hours with a bit of frustration, that's half the time. I'll just do it. To me, the biggest thing that ChatGPT has helped the most with, especially, this is more on the D&D side of things, is that I say I'm pretty good at coming up with like pretty unique story stuff, but I need a kick in a direction to get started. And ChatGPT has been really good about giving me a bunch of different ideas and then saying, me going, that one's interesting, let's go into that a bit more, and then expand on it, and then eventually I'll get on a string and be like, okay, ignore like half of that, let's do this. And but it was enough to get me on rolling down the hill, where I get paralysis at the beginning of something, like how do I start it? But once I'm started, it's easy. It's just I need something to get me started, and it's so nice for getting me kicked that initial kick.
Is
Oh, this one's really loud.
that supposed to happen? Is that supposed to happen?
Okay, that's his P right there. So the P should be right here.
Is that supposed to happen?
Oh, nope, but it has to be 2 frames back.
Is that supposed to happen? Supposed to happen?
Yeah, that looks better there. We'll keep it there. And then my tacos. This is background music for the photo video. My goal wants you to finish. Yeah. I really like working on that video, but it's just every time I look at it, it's like it just feels so far away in the amount of work that needs to be done to make it right. And I also feel that everything that needs to be done to make it what I would want it to be is SFM can't really do very well, or I would have to make a lot of compromises that then would leave with a product that no matter what I wouldn't be happy with. So I'm kind of like I'm at an impasse with it where I would love to see it done, but I don't think getting it done is worth it. So whether or not it gets done in the future, who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if like a month from now I just start poking out a little bit.
My tacos! My tacos!
Okay, that's
Tacos!
not really happy about the mouth twisting there, but I'll leave it. Okay, and then we have their screaming. I think that's the only other audio I have to worry about. Yeah, these two. So we'll grab both for whatever. Screen 2 and Screen 1. Good, that makes it easy. Halloween Scream. Wow, there's a lot of files in this folder. Oh my god. Halloween Scream 1 and 2. So how did I do these screams? I don't think I did them at the same time, did I? Scream 1 is 3 frames after the other. So this is Scream. Wait. Scream 1 is the shorter. Oh, it's just kind of weird how it's set up. Okay. So Scream 1, 1, 2, 3. I feel like the audio here, I have it right just as they're opening their mouth. Here, I think I did a little later. No, I did it earlier. Oh, I slowed these down. Yes. Are they both slowed down the same amount? No. Screen 1 is 0.9. Oh, so this would be So 110. Okay. 110. And this one is, that's probably why it's a little different on the time than I expected. 120. Okay. Yeah, because I wanted that cut where you can't hear the screaming end. If you guys say aware of the hallucination and effect, the best way to minimize that, occasionally make a draft, a reference key, then reminder to double check the reference key for continuity adherence. Yeah, I guess I could maybe do something like that, but the problem is I have so much stuff. I can't pull it up because I don't know who'd be watching, but I have like 50 NPCs with full backstories, names, jobs, locations. I have 35 cities or 35 locations. To some, a lot of them are cities. Things that have happened, terms that are defined. It's a lot of information to have it output anywhere, but it's fine because I feel like by it providing me the information, it helps me retain that information. And I'm sometimes like, there might be a lot of details it's throwing in there, but will never be relevant to the game. I have some NPCs that I have like 4 or 5 paragraphs about their story, but I'm not doing it because I want to reference the story. I'm doing it because it's difficult. If you want to be a character in a game and you want to play as that character, I think the hardest part about sitting down and saying, what do I do? How do I act? Is you are you and you only have your motivations. But if I have their story, it helps me put myself in that mindset so that if a question comes up I don't understand or something, I can put myself with that story and figure out how they would go to do things. So so the information is there and it probably never be referenced, but it gives me an idea of what I need to do when they're being conversed with and to act. It's helped me a lot get more into character for some of those NPCs instead of where every NPC sounds the same. And so I get those paragraphs, but then I don't really need them for reference later. It just gives me that direction. So that's why that's actually to me probably the biggest use I have for the AI stuff. Is not to get a story; it's to help develop enough information to help to have me provide the story correctly. Okay, they got their screams. Okay, we need to do the light. I think we can go back to sound effects now. Oh, actually, here I need to do this stuff. Okay. I'm really glad to see like this focus change was pretty smooth. Some of the other ones are a little bit more rough, but that one actually turned really good. Okay. Okay. And I don't remember if I slowed this one down here or in post. A slow version. Wait, did I just... Oh, wait, this one doesn't say the slow version. I must have named it weird. Okay. I think I checked that. That's really spooky part to just want to get into. I think it's right here. I can see a little hump. Yeah. And this comes in pretty quickly after this noise. Okay, so I have learned to, with these, with After Effects, do not go negative 192. Negative 45 tends to be the best negative that is not too much negative, because I didn't save my bookmark there, but where it'll get you to 0, but not too far past 0. Because if you go to like negative 185, it's going to basically just immediately drop it, even on a fade. So it helps balance things out. I can release a source code for Michael. For what? Which source code? Oh, for his program? Yeah, I'm confused as to what source code you're talking about. Wait. Yeah, I forgot that this is technically when the... I think I want to modify this. We're going to have it when the mouth comes up that this starts going. It does have it like cut into the other thing. Okay, and that actually comes at the part I don't want there, so this... Actually, if I modify this just a little bit earlier... A little earlier... I was hoping I could get it to where it was, because he goes yaw in the song, but then they immediately cut back into something else. I thought it was going to go with the yaw with their stream. Yeah, fork Michael, fork him real. No. You have Michael's source code. We need to fork him. Make him open source. No. Oh, it's Michael's source. I see. So I thought you were going to give the source code to Michael. You mean of Michael? No, I don't think you want the Michael source code. That sounds not viable. Anyways, I got to use the restroom really quick, and I'm probably just going to grab another drink quick. So I will be back in 1 minute. I don't have Michael to take care of that for me. So I can use my thing. I rarely use this. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. back. Nope, my cord all wrapped up. What source Michael's like Pandora's box, probably. Cheers, Nolan. I finally picked up some Gosling's rum to make it dark and stormy. I had 2 Fever Tree ginger beers left. I got to get the last components for my PC build order this weekend. Have you done the RAM yet? Because that's going to be scary. I was hoping to get it built by the end of the month, but I got delayed. You can hear him concocting a nefarious brew. Are you sure? I did it in the other room. But I also had the dehumidifier was full, so I had to empty that quick. Okay. I look like this has such fast motion that like you can even still see the samples. This is still a decent sample rate. Like this was exported at 128, but it just was fast enough that you can see the lines. Well, that's not a complicated shot. I could maybe do it again, but it's only for like 1 frame. Because if I go to this frame, then it smooths out a little bit more. It's just that it was such a fast travel range. Okay. Okay, so we got that. This is the one reason I don't like working with After Effects for audio is because there's no way to really group things here. At least, have they added grouping? No. Yeah, so it just makes it hard to try to keep things organized. Sometimes I'll do it where I'll do all the video stuff, then pre-comp it, and then do the audio on a separate one, but whatever. Again, there's a separate program for it. I just don't use it because I don't spend enough time in here. I'd say the most painful for last, the GPU and RAM. I feel like the RAM is, for the impact it has, the worst of it. I wanted to I wanted to upgrade to like a 9800X3D at some point, but then the Rampocalypse happened and I just haven't. I feel like it probably wouldn't be that big of a jump anyway. I have a 5800X3D right now, and it's a great CPU. My biggest problem with switching is that it also would be power hungry. The 5800X3D is, for the power consumption that it has, it's like top notch for performance. It's just 9000X3D would be an upgrade, but I feel like I'm not playing any or doing anything that would probably take full advantage of having a beefier CPU. So it's just not worth it. But doing such, I would switch to DDR5, and that's why. Like, I would want at least 32 gigs of RAM, and I'm not going to spend like $1,000 to do that. I have so many sticks of DDR4. I have so much. Okay, so that, I think was the last of the music. Yeah, so now we're just on the sound effects. So we have the rain effect. So this is ambient or just rain. Nice and easy. Does this go from like just the start until, good, it doesn't just end. Yep, it's just from the start until whatever. Probably have it fade in. Come on, I want to make sure I get it at the beginning. Okay. Okay, so I need to have it stop here. Technically, you could say that it would continue through inside, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, so there, and then we'll do it. Starts the fade here.
Combining a horse
See, that just feels like it drops off super quick.
By combining a horse. By combining a horse.
Because it drops by decibel and not by percentage, it always feels like it's kind of a crapshoot as to what's going to be enough. Because if you do 35, you can still see it there.
Biting a horse. Biting a horse and biting a horse and
But even that it feels like
biting a horse.
it's gone by this point. So what if I just stretch it out much further?
Biting a horse. Biting a horse and
Oh, this is probably having problems because I'm stretching it past this. Yeah, that's why.
biting a horse. Anime.
Yeah, that was much better.
Biting a horse. Anime and a night. Biting a horse. Anime. By combining a horse. Anime. By combining a horse.
That should be fine. Okay, so rain's done. Thunder. I'm using Thunder 2 and Thunder 4 from 2 different locations. Okay. So this is Medieval Thunder 2. And just Thunder 4. Okay, so the first one is for first lightning bolt. Oh shit, did I like do some weird cut to get the one I wanted? Nope, just right at the beginning.
Gentle coats.
Okay, so I'll just go cut this here and here. We'll just go this one to -45 and then cut it there. And then first lightning is boom.
Gentle coats. Gentle coats. By
Probably do this one at like negative. Let's do -35 here. Yeah, it's a little better. I went from a Ryzen 9950X, a 9950 3D on a strong processing power. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. I have a 5950 not 3D, a 5950 X. I got that because it was doing a lot more like heavy processing, and I was doing some like AI video stuff, and I was playing around with that. And ended up being, I really didn't need it. But I ended up shifting it over to my server and having 32 threads. It makes the server a lot more useful, because I have Whisper, which is a voice recognition software running on there for the voice assistant, and I have like an allotment of like 8 to 10 threads for game servers if I want. I have Plex running. Like I have a few different Home Assistant running. There's a couple of things that I need to having it distributed, and being able to have lots of threads to do that, it really comes in handy. So I'm glad I have the CPU, but now I'm just running the 5800X3D. I went from going from the 5950X to the 5800X3D was a significant performance increase for games, like very noticeable. 5950 does great, but for gaming, 5800X3D still just blows it out of the water.
Gentle coats.
both under 4. Now this one, from the beginning again, good. I think this is going to be another negative 10.
Colts. Gentle Colts.
This one does not feel as loud.
Gentle Colts. Gentle Colts.
This one's, I'm still going to go a little bit lower.
Gentle Colts. Gentle Colts. By combining a horse and
This one I can really fade out.
by combining a horse, anime, and
Yeah, that one I can do a lot of very strong fading out because it's it already has a really good gradual fade, and I've had a lot of things I've watched video wise that have some fades that go like 10 seconds into the next shot for audio. Way back in the day, I melted a CPU, actually scorch marks and warps chip casing due to overclocking it on a 100+ degree summer day. I would think though that I guess if it was if you're talking about way back when protections were a little bit more crap, that no matter how hot anything is, the CPU is still meant to throttle itself at 100. But I know it might have been long enough ago that it just didn't have those protections in place. When I did my very first computer build, I had like a 9000 something series, black edition, some AMD CPU, and I can't remember what it was called exactly. And I put the whole computer together, and I went and started it up, and I was running it, and and so I went and looked at the temps, and I was like, this thing's running at like 95C. I mean, it was running okay, but if I did anything, it was just like way hot. And I realized I forgot the thermal paste. So I was just doing bare metal to CPU. And when that clicked, I immediately shut down the PC and then had to tear the whole thing apart and rebuild it. That was a rough start to learning. I also think I installed the operating system on the wrong drive because I had 2 hard drives, and it's like it was rough. I did it, but it was rough. Since then, not as many problems. It's CPU building is easy, but it's always easy to say that when you've been doing it for a while. I think that first one I built was like 20 years ago. No, it was probably like 17 years ago. 16, 17 years ago, maybe. I think it was like 2009, 2010. It's probably somewhere around there. That was my first one. I had a PC before that, but somebody else built it for me. Because I didn't know what I was doing. And it was a different time too. Oh, I don't need that anymore. Oh yeah, so like my RAM usage dropped because technically it's saying it's green. But it's probably consolidated down everything, and that's why it's like not showing as much. Get the door opening. So let's get that file. What's this one called? Awake chamber door. Awake door, chamber door open. Okay. Oh, I did not want to add those to the comp. It's gonna add a little folder. There we go. Oh, stuff fire. And the water spurt out. Cheers. I actually ate quite a bit of water today. But I had coffee today, and the days I have coffee, I'm always trying to drink a lot of water because I'm normally have problems with staying hydrated, and when you have coffee, you're just crapping out the water more. So I try to drink extra water. Okay, so this. Okay, then it just fades out. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to say that actually it ends about where it should be. But I just need to do that fade. See, this just cuts out too quick. What if I keep this? Okay, I'm going to keep this. I'm just going to extend this to here. Why is it always have to separate these? I'll just do it from here. Because now it's like got different values for these. I think that I just can just quiet the, just in general, it's probably just too loud. Yeah, that helps a bit. Okay, and then we will have it go to -35 here. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And have this is also where background music and stuff helps. It's gonna have like the Dr. Weird music playing, and that helps that a lot too. About 25 to 30 years ago. Yeah, I don't think we had quite the same protections then. Like 25 years ago, I was 100% that, so I was like what, 17? I was 17. That was PlayStation 2 era? No. Was it? That was junior year of high school. Was PlayStation 2 out then? Because that was like 2003? No, it'd be 2001 or 2002. When did PlayStation 2 come out? 2000, yes. So that was probably PlayStation 2 era and early Xbox, maybe. So was I doing Halo then? Yeah, I think I was doing some Halo, man. And which is funny, we're coming like full circle. Like they're doing the new Halo release coming out here. But that's funny about that? Try invest. ended up lowering it on my list because of this. What's it rated now? It's rated mixed. 69%. Oh, it went up. It's the new Halo game is it sounds like it's fine, but that they recommend playing it on low settings because they say people are saying the difference between low and the very high is like negligible visually, but like huge processing difference. They apparently made Sergeant Johnson more comedic, which takes away from the fact he was kind of accidentally comedic. The gunplay doesn't quite feel the same, and they also had it where people that have early access, because that's what it is right now, it's for having early access, that if you if it became with the art book and people couldn't get in the game because the art book would override the game. So anybody opening the game would be prompted to do the art book, but then they wouldn't allow them in the game. So they had to uninstall the art book, but that confused people. And they put out a patch pretty quick to fix that, but still that confused people. And apparently the servers were overlogged because people had to log in through their Microsoft account and people couldn't get in, which is, again, that's day one stuff that's going to happen. But for the people that paid extra, it feels like that shouldn't be a thing because they are the people that are paying for extra. They should be having the premium experience. And it felt like if the servers are getting overloaded from just your premium people, well, what happens in 3 days when it's out for everybody? So it's another one of those AAA game gets shitty launch because they just can't plan for things. It's funny that the reviews are mixed because it's still in pre-release, so people giving it poor reviews paid extra to get access to it early. Yeah, but those people are going to be the ones that probably care the most. If you're going to pay extra for something just to get it a couple days early, especially for a non-multiplayer game, you would feel that like those are the people that are the most passionate. So you're probably going to get the most negative reviews on something like that at the beginning. But I have been a long time Halo person, so I feel like the fact that those people are saying the negative has, I had it in my ranking at like number 8 on a wish list or something, and I dropped it. Now it's like 27. I always put things on the list where I just keep going down on the list until I hit a game that I think I would want more, and then I stop and put it there, and that's kind of what happened here. Actually, I could probably drop it more. I got to redo this list a little bit. But yeah, it's a little bit funny. I'm actually really surprised I put Final Fantasy Resonance as number 5 on this list, but these games above it are just too good. I'm looking forward too much. But yeah, it's a little, is there still sales going on? Yeah, there's still some sales going on. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm glad to see the game come out, but I also feel like I'm just going to go play the Master Chief Collection. That is a 1-to-1 of the original game because they just built on the visuals on top of the original. You can go back and forth in the graphics, and it will be more authentic to that experience. I don't need an HD remaster that just is a remaster of, or a remake of a remaster of another game. Like, how many more in a row are we gonna have where you just are like, we just want to make milk, what is it, $50? Was it $50? Hold on, now I need to know this. Yeah, it's $50. Yeah, you made it look all pretty and stuff, but like, and also kudos for you for putting out a single player game because there's no multiplayer on it, but what is that is I'm just gonna go, well, how much is the Master Chief Collection? It's 40, but I can almost guarantee you, well, for one, this comes with Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach, all in one package, which is an amazing deal. And it's and you can get it on sale for probably half off during sales. This is a much better deal. $10 less to play that game plus 4 others. In fact, the reviews claim they buffed the enemy spawn so much that you practically need a second player. Well, which actually I have a lot of problems with too, of then it's not the original game. You changed your spawns. You changed how the guns work. They added other guns. I'm gonna guess that you're not gonna have people Randy Glassing and launching warthogs over arches in the beach. And if you want to feel old, look that one up. So they're changing everything that made the original game great to make it look pretty. Then just, I don't know. No. And you could say, well, they're trying to get to a new audience with the game. Sure, but then it should be live service, because that's the new thing for people is live service games. But they tried that with Infinite, and it apparently didn't work. I liked Infinite, but still. All right, door open. What else we got here? Oh yeah, button. Do I use the same button sound every time? This is beep 13. And then 1313. Oh, and then I do it like an error sound. That was really loud. All right. So it's the same beep. That's good. Beep 13.
This.
Okay, so this one, that was an easy one. Beep. Now I gotta put more beep. Okay, and now I need the error sound. I need to close some of these folders. Every time I do that selection method, it opens a new window. Keep on open. Close that one too. And on. But do I have to bite? Michael's not here to enjoy the butt. Or the derpy. Camera control error. Camera control error. Okay. Okay. Oop. Okay, so this is two sounds. I don't want two, I want one. This will be a -5. I just need to reduce it a little bit. Okay, and then there's an explosion. Oops, this one. Come on. Did it open? It did. Fall 1 crash. Ooh, this looks maximum loud, but probably it's preferred that way. Do I have it turned down at all on this one? I do not. Oof. You should have bust and licks. That sounds so wrong. Oh, I see what you did. Okay, this looks like it just keeps running. Yeah, no fade times, no nothing. I feel like that's going to make it hard to hear him. So what we're going to do is after the explosion, we're going to go here to here. And we're going to just drop this by like -5 just to give him a little bit more.
Is that supposed to happen?
Let's go a little bit more. Let's go -10. And I want to make sure this is not like close enough to make it.
Is that supposed to happen?
Yeah, that's way easier to understand what he's saying. Okay.
My tacos!
Okay, and now we need fire. This is just the same fire repeated. This is just called fire. Ooh, fire. There's no one number at all. Why would you need 2? Actually, this is kind of just a static thing. Fire's not like a clipboard or a beeping noise that sounds repetitive if you hear the same thing. It's kind of like white noise-ish. But this does start popping in a little early. Did I have this set to a fade? I did. Because it needs to find its way in here. First, copy paste it. I'll do -35, probably be fine. It's already going to be like essentially like fire type stuff going. Ooh, that is too loud. What is this reduced by? Half. Can't do half here though. -10.
Is that supposed to happen?
Okay, that is probably still not enough. Let's do -15. It's really just about getting some white noise that continues. Yeah.
Is that supposed to happen?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Let's get that matched up. Looks like it ends there. This should also be -15. Okay.
Supposed to happen?
My tacos! My tacos!
Okay, this can then fade away. Okay. Do I need to have the fire continue? Okay, once the initial like whatever kind of wears off, yeah, sure, I probably should have this fire whatever continue. Yeah, it's minor, but I do think it's a good thing to keep. Okay, and I will cut that here, but I will put another one here, but I'm going to drop its volume a bit more. We're going to go -22. You know what? No, I think we're just going to keep it the same volume. We're going to take the volume of the Uma Musume thing, and we're going to drop that. We're going to go -10. And the Dr. Weird music probably should quit when that starts, or at least not long afterwards, because it's going to be overshadowed. It's not needed anymore. As soon as this pops up, I'll go from here to here. -35. Okay, right now it's not doing anything, so.
My tacos!
Okay. Okay, I do like the audio dropping for the Uma thing. There should be, yeah, some little physical impact things. Is there different versions that I'm using? This hard 4, hard 3, hard 4, hard 4. You know what? I'm just gonna start hard 4. Screw it. I don't think it's going to be noticed that I'm using the same one. Okay, so this is main impact within 1 frame. Okay. Okay, that's 4. Okay, I understand why I had a second one. It has the first impact then differentiates between the rest, and it just sounds a little better doing it that way. So I will load in that second one. I don't remember my logic. I wish that arm was lit a little bit more, but don't care enough at this point. Okay, this one though, we're gonna decrease its volume by like -6. Nope, -10. Yep, I basically just want something that creates a sound for the impact. Is that waveform actually matching up? Nope. One more. Okay, that sounds a bit better. And now, back to number 4. Okay, this one should be -10. Yeah, I just want some kind of an impact sound. I don't want it to be like a central focus. I just want it to be there. So, because it just feels weird if you don't have a sound. Okay, I think that might be it. Is there any sound I didn't add? Oh, I didn't add these. Objects. Wait, no, that's Crash 5. Crash 5. Where are these going? So it's when she initially hits the ground. It should be put right. Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Is that the right volume? And maybe a little too loud. Let's drop that by just 4 decibels. Just like 6. We'll do 8 and then that'd be good. It's a little further away, so that's why I want to make sure. Yeah, that sounds better. Just sounds a little muffled that way. And then we'll impact hard. Impact hard O2. Just a little less. Okay. Okay. Let's see how all of that sounds together. I see if I miss anything.
Gentle Colts! By combining a horse, anime, and a 1965 Ford Mustang GT, have created...
Ah. That's what I thought. I was looking and I saw this felt flatter than this. Like there's a lack of color depth. It's because I didn't copy over my vibrance levels here. Oh, it feels brighter now. Oh, it has... Wait a second. Oh. It's not giving me the same position with those, I think. Because these ones have a different stop to them. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It was the first shot's treated differently, so that's why I was doing that. Okay, now this should match up. Because of the need to have the fade, I had to render this separately to have more time. I couldn't just had it cut. So because of that, I had to do it separate. And because it is separate, I didn't do an adjustment layer, which is what I maybe should have done. But there, yeah. Well, it's not his last. Thoughts on G6? I know very little. Michael probably knows a little bit more, but I'm like, I don't care all that much. It's not a full TV show. It's not a full whatever. It feels like a Gen 4.5. I feel like it's more of 5 didn't go well. Let's go back to those 4 things and use them again, but like less budget. Let's make them like shorter things, and I don't know, put them in like situations or something. I don't know what they're supposed to do with them. You gave them a full story, and then you go back to them. Like, do you do it after the end of the series, or you go before? But based on the look of Twilight, it's like well beforehand. So are you just filling in information? None of it really makes sense, and I feel like it's just going to be forced, and it's going to be more content for the characters everybody likes, but it's going to be in ways that nobody wants. And in doing so, it's going to just be where you're going to take something people like and make them hate it more. And I don't think that's going to go well. BG4 was lightning in a bottle. Now Hasbro's going to try everything to capture it again. Yeah, but they had lightning in a bottle from new and original things, not rehashing. And they got lucky with that because they went hands off fully because they didn't think it would do well. And in doing so, the creative people were in control and got to do something good. Now Hasbro's in control. And so they're going to do what it would be milking. And that's where, like we brought up before about when you get remakes of games, because it's an easy way to make a buck, not the creative way to make a buck. You're not making anything unique or different. You're milking an IP, and you're taking goodwill from players away to make that buck. And that's all they're going to do with that is, hey, we don't do any of the writing or any of this stuff. We're just going to bring it. I like that if Lauren Foss is going to be in on it, that's great. And I think that means it has hope. But I don't think she's going to have the creative control that she had before, even if she did. And so it's going to end up being that we're just going to get a half-assed attempt to try to do the most they can with the minimalist amount of money and not being creative, and instead rehashing same ideas, same stories, because you had 9 seasons with the characters. What else are you going to do with them? They already tried to like say, we already did everything with the main 6. So let's like focus on some other main 6. So they tried to do like the student 6 because it put the people that should have learned their goddamn lessons after 9 seasons in a position to show those lessons to others, but otherwise to focus on some other people with different issues, different natures, different backgrounds, and to try to make the show more interesting. But that didn't work. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I gotta go. Good night. All right, see you later. Son is last. Yeah, we'll see. I personally think that it will be it'll be fine, but people don't want fine. Like it's like the Duke Nukem Forever thing, where you had a game that was hyped and then never came out. It was hyped and hyped and hyped and hyped, and all you do is you get people more and more excited to the point of their expectations are never reachable. And I feel like with Gen 5, you just had people where they didn't get quite what they wanted, and then but then hype built. And so at least from the Brony side of things, I think that they'll be fine with it, but that they're not going to go and reinvigorate it. It's not going to like make the whole fandom go, oh, we got to go, everybody come back. No, it's not going to do that at all. It's going to just, for the people that are there, give them a little bit of something to cling on to. They don't have the, like, when the fan originally started, it was all placed on Discovery Channel, the Discover, whatever Hasbro's channel was, I can't remember. And people would stream it online. And well, yeah, technically it's some people stealing it and whatever. It built a community of people going to these streaming sites and having conversations, whatever. And I think that really helped build things early on. But now if it's just going to be on YouTube, like, There's none of that. It's going to be all just right on somewhere where everybody can watch it at the same time, and all the community is going to be in comments that we're probably not going to be there, because more than likely that video is going to be marked for kids, which means no comments. So then all the conversation has to happen elsewhere, but that's not the same as happening live when something's being premiered. The hub. Thank you. All the things that helped make the show great before was a transition in technology at that time that allowed both newer age stuff and older tech to kind of have an overlap. And now a lot of that older stuff doesn't exist, and it's all the newer stuff, and it just won't help that community at all. So for the people that are in the intended audience, maybe it'll work, but I really don't see a bunch of like kids going out getting excited to go on YouTube to watch horse stuff, especially when there's TikTok. There's other places they can go to now to get content. That is not going to be a primary place to go to get it. There are too many other platforms on YouTube that you can go to get the same quality content that they're going to provide. So it's just not, I don't think it's going to, it'll be fine. It's just not going to be what brings everybody back, if that's what the people are wanting, which nothing's ever going to do for that unless Hasbro actually does something right, and they won't, because doing something right means that they're making the least amount of money. So anyway, I gotta figure this out.
Anime and a 1965 Morningstar GT have created this thing.
Is that a high school girl?
What? No.
I still feel like this is a little quick.
What? No. What? No. Could a high schooler do this?
Oh, her beeping. Where's her beeping? Oh, that's why I missed it. I thought I had individual audio for it. It's not. So this is truck back up. No, there it is. I was blind for a second there. Yeah, that's never going to happen unless there's a miracle. If the fandom wants anything to go and get attached to, it's going to be new IPs. It's going to be something that's similar or adjacent or related that had another either large company or not that is allowing the creative control to the people that are creative, instead of just having flow downs from executives. That's where like VisiPop with doing Hell of a Boss stuff, it works well because it's the creative people in control and doing stuff that and thankfully Amazon's staying hands on. It's actually similar to Critical Role with Vox Machina and Mighty Nine, to where I'm pretty sure a lot of it's hands off, to where those shows are probably very favorable for the streamer, to where like Amazon for like those and also for like Hell of a Boss stuff, their contracts probably state that Amazon's not going to give you much money. Like a lot of the time is Amazon's going to invest a certain amount of cash into a project, and in doing so they now have some creative control over it. But with Hell of a Boss, Has Been Hotel, Mighty Nine, and Vox Machina, a lot of those were funded outside of it, so they didn't need any money from Amazon. So Amazon's instead just hosting it, so it's free money for them. They're not putting any risk into it, they're just getting profit out of it. But in doing so, it allows those people that made those shows to have that creative control, to where Amazon can't tell them what to do, because they don't own it. They don't have any financial stake in it. So I'm thinking that that's why those ones are different and are rated so much better compared to a lot of the other shows where they're canceled after 2 seasons because Amazon is like, well, we're putting all this money into it and we're not going to get as many subscriptions from it anymore, so there's no need to pay for it anymore, so bye-bye. And they're not, yeah. Is that the first beep? It is. Okay, so this does have a little bit of a cut. Okay, and then this needs to also cut. Corporate greed really is the killer of creativity. Well, I don't know if I'd quite word it as corporate greed. In most businesses, you're going to take the action that makes you the most profit. It's like saying, if you could make two toasters, one has a higher profit margin, but the other one looks prettier. And in general, you're going to look at it and be like, well, yeah, we can make the prettier one, but our business is to make toasters. So why are we making the prettier one that costs us more when the cheaper one will make us more money in the long run? Or at least maybe not in the long run, in the immediate. Because in a year, they don't want to plan for a year from now generally, because like not only for shareholders and stuff, that's a risk. A risk is a year from now, over a year. But if they can know within a year that this one's more profitable, they're going to go with that route. There's going to be bougier places that will focus on the other product, but you're going to be paying a lot more for it because of that. But in general, they're going to go with that mass-produced one. TV shows the same way. They're going to say what is the more profitable show, and they're going to go that route. And it's going to say how much in to how much out. And so you can't really blame them on that side of things. But when it comes to the arts, normally we want art that is fun and interesting and entertaining, but they want to do what's profitable. And that's where it conflicts a little bit, where we don't really care about having a fun and interesting and artful toaster. So, but when television shows, we get invested with stories and characters and worlds, and then we don't want them messing with that investment. It's just in that situation, it goes against what we want. But the way I see it, though, is even if you go with a show that might cost more, if you make something that's good, you're going to gain long-time people. So you might gain 5-10% less profit on what you're doing now, but it will help make it slightly cheaper to make better things in the future because you now have a dedicated audience that just likes what you're doing. And then you don't have to spend as much because now you have dedicated people that you can kind of weave back and forth with. But they don't want to do that because profit now. So. Okay, so if I have everything up till then was fine.
Is that supposed to happen?
I think I'm gonna turn down the Dr. Weird background music. Not here. I keep hitting tab because this is SFM things.
Gentle coats! By combining a horse, anime...
I think from like here to here or something, I'm just gonna drop it by like 5 decibels.
combining a horse, anime,
We're going to move this over here. We're going to move this a little bit more here. And we're going to drop it by 10.
a horse, anime, and a 19... Combining a horse, anime, and a 1965 Ford Mustang GT have created this thing. Anime and a 1965 Ford Mustang GT have created this thing. Have created this thing. Created this thing.
Is that a, high school girl?
What? No! Could a high schooler do this?
Yeah, the background music's much better now.
Is that supposed to happen?
My tacos!
That right here, I'm going to turn down a little bit. It feels a little hefty. Normally you can go up to 0, but -3 is usually the better to sit at. And that was at 0. The screen can be turned down a little bit. There's an impact there that goes above -3, but that's fine. You don't want to have a consistent thing sitting above about -3, like a scream here. But because if you have like, because anything above 0 is going to really start causing problems. But if you want an impact to actually feel like it has impact, but you have a bunch of audio that's sitting at its peak already, that impact doesn't feel like it has impact. So if everything's a little bit below that, that means your impacts can actually go above it. It has room to move. You know what you mean. It's just a shame you got to view everything as numbers, even if that is just how it works. I can guarantee you that in most situations, if you were in a position running a company, you would probably make similar decisions. It's just, when you're invested in something, it's probably going to be a little different. And you've also grown up to have a different side of things to where you're not going to prioritize profits. But when shareholders can just vote you out because take for instance Sam Gelsinger or whatever, the head of Intel from before. When he came in, he was an engineer in charge of things now, which is different than like just a marketing person. And they started writing up plans for like, what are we going to be doing in 5, 10, 15 years? And so they started redesigning stuff. And instead of like Intel having it where everything is about focusing on, redeveloping everything would take too much of a redevelopment process. Just pump more power into it so that we can get to the next cycle so that it looks good for the next whatever shareholder, whatever. But then at AMD, because they were behind, decided to innovate and got ahead of Intel. So then when, I can't remember. No, it's Pat Gelsinger, I'm thinking, not Sam. I think that, I don't know if I'm getting the name right though. But then he comes in here and he says, all right, screw this. We're going to go back to innovating. And so, but when he said it, he goes, for the next couple of years, because processors take years to develop. The ones you're seeing now were in development 2 or 3 cycles ago compared to what it was out now. He says that we're going to go back and do this, but that means for the next few chips, they're not going to be as good. If anything, they might be kind of worse. But it's because we need to innovate and we need to go back to the drawing board on some things. So then after the 12 series, I think, came out, some of his chips started coming out, and performance-wise, they were like on par with their previous generation, but they had big power savings. So now they were starting to get their architecture under control to where they were saving a bunch of power, but the performance wasn't looking good, which means AMD got more in the lead. But AMD has now started to show that because they're in the lead, they've slowed down innovating. Because why? We're in the lead. We don't need to catch up anymore. Just pump out more of the same things we had. With Intel's plan to catch up and innovate enough to where they could start getting the chips that were coming out being better. But the shareholders didn't like that, because that's not profit now. They want profit now. So they said, get out of there. And they basically kicked him out. A new guy came in, scrapped everything, and was instead going, we're going to go back to role plan. But that's going to screw them over in the long run, because their shareholders said, we want profit now, not then, now. And so they had to say, and saying, screw you, stop doing your future planning. What the hell's future stuff? So that's all it's going to take, is just stuff like that. Is somebody focuses on the creative pursuits, and then they're going to say, well, bye-bye. How do you edit videos like this? Well, that's actually what I'm kind of doing. I'm not doing anything fancy with editing. Basically, I'm exporting as image sequences, because SFM's video exporter for MP4 or even AVI is just crap. If you do image sequences, at least then if something craps out halfway through, you can fix it. Just a better image quality in general. Because of that, you just have a long series of images. I just bring it into here as a method of compiling. But then it's just doing any of the editing here I need to do. SFM's audio alignment is really crap. That's why we were doing here. We're getting all the audio aligned. SFM can't do fading. So here I had to do fading in post by rendering out a little bit of extra on 2 shots to make sure that they can cross over. I was able to do a little bit of cleanup, so like increasing that contrast, increasing the vibrance to have the colors pop a bit better. All those are pretty simple things. I don't really do too much fancy. I did a little bit of, like, I would consider fancy, like these lightning bolts I felt were a little dark. So I just added a little bit of a white overline with some masking just to try to make that look better. This part of things is, to me, the easy part. It's just tedious. Like, I did all the audio here. It's just that it never lines up correctly. So it was all just about bringing it in here and redoing it all. But then you can also do better fading, better timing, better quality audio, that type of thing. But this side is not the difficult part. The difficult part is this part. Like doing all the. Why is your light always on? I thought I fixed that. Both these? Okay, they are both not doing it right. I do have to re-render a few things else, so that's why we can't get this done today, but... Okay. Okay. So yeah, I have to re-render this one. This one. Is it this one? There's one that I was getting the facial magic stuff. This one. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of the stuff on the face. That was this one. Okay, so this one I just have to render without the particles, because I was just going to mask it over. I don't understand the need to focus on profits when you're a corporation, and I certainly do too in that position, but it's just a shame sacrifice got to be made, even if it's inevitable. Well, yeah, but the thing is, it should be that if it's something we want, we should still push for it, because companies are for profit, and if the people that are the consumers demand something, they'll eventually give it to you, but only if you don't consume it. Because if you say, I don't like that you're doing this, but then you still give them money, they're not going to change anything. As long as they don't go under or decide that that is not an IP worth pursuing, you have to show them that that's what you want, and you have to show them that you're willing to support if they do things that you like. So if they put out a crap show, yeah, but like if you I've definitely done it with like certain shows or whatever, where I will go and buy full price some things, even though I know it'll be on sale at some point. A company or somebody that is doing something that I really think is a cool thing, because if I don't put the money into it, how did they know that I like it and that they should do more of it? The incentive is always money. So if you don't, if like say you're like, oh, I really like this show, so I pirated it. Well, if it gets canceled, you can't really get angry about it because you were part of the problem. But if you think that something is really cool and you're like, I'm going to go buy the box set of this first season when it comes out. Well, you did your part and showing that I liked this and I wanted to make sure the company knows it. And if it still goes under and fails and isn't able to continue, at least to me at that point, you have a right to complain, because I'm big on, you can't complain if you're either not willing to do something about it or haven't tried. And because otherwise you're just screaming at clouds. So. Otherwise, I think I do it a lot with like I really like Ghost Ship games. They run Deep Rock Galactic. I think they're great with how they do their community and everything. And so I buy a lot of their Kickstarters. I bought all their DLCs because I think that they're doing a good thing and the way that they're doing things are good. So I'm supporting when I can. But then I've had other games where I'm like Halo. I love Halo, but the new game that's come out, I really don't like the way they kind of went around it. And so while I would like to play it, I'm not going to buy it. I was planning on it. No. I'm just going to wait. Maybe I'll get in on a sale. Maybe if I get like 50% off, because then I'm showing that like, hey, I kind of like what you're doing, but it's not worth paying full price for. And that's the message I would want to give them. And I've had it before too. Green Man Gaming can get Games a Bigger Sale or even Humble Bundle. I've sometimes bought the games. Green Man still gives a higher percentage to the developer. I've sometimes bought things when they're not on sale purposely because it'll give more money to the developer. So just to show like it's not just that I want it on sale. I just want it in general. But also, that kind of goes to the point too. Don't never pre-order a thing. If you're going to do a pre-order on a game, do it like the day before. There is 0 point ever to pre-purchase something 6 months ahead of time. Is it good? Is it going to be good? Who the hell knows? If you're going to pre-order because there's some pre-order bonus, for one, know that 6 months from now, those pre-order bonuses aren't going to be shit. You're not going to ever remember it. Who cares? If it's like, oh, look, I get this fancy outfit that I get to replace 30 minutes after I start the game. Who cares? Just don't, there's no need to ever do that. Oh, I get a couple potions. Oh, that just means that now you have an advantage and you're paying to win. That's not fun. So a lot of the pre-order bonuses are stupid. Just wait for the game to come out. Wait for the reviews to come out. If they're really, really good and you really want to buy it, then hell yeah, grab it. But pre-ordering is so stupid because it's rewarding companies for doing a shitty job because they didn't need to worry about it. You already bought it. You bought it without even knowing anything, and people keep doing it. It's so stupid. But when I pre-order my PlayStation game, they will run out of physical discs. I had that before. Fanatical is a website you can buy games from, and sometimes you can get a good deal in it. I think Dynasty Warriors was a game that I bought on there, but when I bought it, they didn't tell me that they were out of keys, even on a pre-order. So I did a pre-order like 2 days beforehand, and then after I pre-ordered it, they're like, yeah, okay, ooh, we're out of keys. Actually, we'll give it to you like 3 days after release. So I really don't buy from Fanatical anymore because, again, if you're not treating your customers if you didn't have the support and didn't provide me the information, why am I going to buy from you? So you're not getting my money anymore. Well, the Green Man's never done that to me, so I buy from Green Man a lot. But yeah, just don't pre-order shit. If you want a pre-order bonus and you really need it, buy it a day beforehand. But that $50 the day before release or 6 months before, nothing changes in that time. You get nothing. So, but you still get the same rewards for doing it one day before. Just do it one day before. Why give them money for that type of policy? I don't get that. And no indie developer does that. No indie developer says, hey, give me your money beforehand. Why the AAA game studios do it? Because they can. This is stupid. I've only pre-ordered one game in like years, and it was a sequel to a game I liked, and I played the demo. Never pre-ordered something otherwise. Yeah, I think I've pre-ordered. Like I said, I did the Dynasty Warriors, but that was again like 1 or 2 days beforehand. I don't think even games that I really look forward to, I don't think I've pre-ordered any in the last like 5 or 6 years at least. Not that I can think of, other than like the day before. And if you missed some of the pre-order bonuses, Final Fantasy Tactics, I bought day of release. That one was one that I was saying, you guys are doing cool things. I could wait for a sale. I'm probably not even gonna play it before a sale, but do more of this. And so I wanted to get the money right away day one, because the still sales mean something day one. But I didn't do a pre-order because I didn't care. The bonuses they showed on there were stupid, and they were like, here's some make the initial game easier. No. I think I pre-ordered it like a week or two before release as well. But if you had a demo, at least you're getting some information about the quality of the game. There are so many things that they're like with Halo, people buying into the game early to get free or early access, and then they get a shit experience. Does that make you like want to enjoy the game more? No, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. There's the whole thing of like, I can't remember what the percentage is, but that your first impression on something makes up over like 50% or something or more. I can't remember the percentage, but of what you will ever think about the thing. So like if you meet somebody for the first time, your first impression of them will make up a significant portion of what you think about them for forever, even if their actual person is different significantly from that moment. Same thing with games. If you give a bad first impression, it's going to leave a lasting impact. I will never pay for one of those play 3 days before release things. I've done it before, but if it's a single player game and you're only paying extra for early access, why? I can understand if you're like, say, like Ion 2 is coming out in like 2 months, and it does have, or if you pre-order, you get access to the game like 3 days early. And that way it's an MMO. So like, okay, 3 days early might actually make a little bit of a difference for getting a head start compared to some other people. You are paying for that privilege, but at least that's somewhat of a difference. If it's a single player game, who cares? If anything, play some other games and wait for it to go on sale. It probably will in like, unless it's a big hit, it's going to go on sale within 3 months anyway. I just had a game, the Deadweight came out, and I was looking forward to that one. But then when I saw like the reviews for it, I was kind of like, I'm going to wait until it bakes a little bit. Like, because even though I was thinking about buying on day one. Okay. I think we can count this video done. Other than I have to re-render this scene and re-render this scene and re-render this scene, but that's pretty easy. Otherwise, the one thing I want to check here, I realized, I think it might be, no, I fixed the render for that. This one had a problem with, I forgot to change the light limit. Oh, I'm not a fan of his hand lifting there. Actually staying at the flat position and not curling the fingers for the first few frames, whatever. But no, I realized that the rain stopped about 4 seconds before the end of it, or 2 seconds before the end of it. I was like, oh crap, so I had to fix that. Cheers. Does pre-buying to preload the game on Steam count? But normally, if you're going to do that, you can do that the day beforehand. So then that still fits within what I said. The preloading thing is useful. So pre-buying the 1 day beforehand, if that they allow you to do that for preloading, just do that. But I would say that only really is the case if you have crap internet. If you have good internet, like, does it matter? Actually, like, I've had it before where I knew a game was going to be coming out. I just let my PC on, and You can go on your phone, buy something, and then install it to your PC at home from your phone. So I've done that before too. So like, if the 10 minutes it takes to download is too much time, you need other hobbies. There are plenty of things to do in life. This background isn't going all the way. I don't think it has an effect on anything, but bothers me it wasn't going the whole way. Okay, I think I'd like to zoom in at the end there. I think we're all good on this. I think I can just save it. I will have to do the re-renders, and the nice thing is, other than double check some of the colors, when I do the re-renders, I put them in a I always ensure I got more of these folders open. Come on, my folders. I always ensure that when I render these out, like these are all rendered out as just short Dr. Starlight Numa. I did this, but like this one, which is a fix, they're gone here now, but it was the same naming. The folder was a different name, but the files were the same. So it was a different folder for rendering, but I never want to overwrite directly to my main one, because if I do that and I mess up, or like say I accidentally made a frame timing a little different and now suddenly it's overwriting other files I didn't want it to touch, that's bad. So I do a different file, but then I can just copy paste those in, and then that's fixed. I'm kind of tempted to go back though and fix, because some of these eyes are doing the kind of older style eye shedding thing where they're doing this, being ever so slightly open, but I don't think I care enough. That's a funny face. Shoot, it was pre-COVID. There was a big game release. It was so big it was crashing Steam servers. Crap, I dang remember what it was. Was it for Halo Infinite? I could see that one doing it. No, they had to preload, and it was worth it to download it the night before. Yeah, but again, can you wait till the next day? Like, it's probably just me being old and yell at clouds type thing, but like, if it's a multiplayer game, sure. Or like if it was like, say, a new Mass Effect game, that 100% would be angry if I couldn't play on day release. So I guess there's certain ones I could say that for. Some games just insta-kill the Steam servers within seconds. Deltarune and Silksong did it last year. Deltarune's an interesting one because, like, it's not a big game. I would think that's like, what, a gig at most? I've never played it, so I don't know, but I'm gonna guess it's like a gig, and that seems a little weird. If it's like 130 gigs, I can see that killing servers because that takes a while. You're gonna have a lot more people sitting downloading. Okay, well, ooh, how did I do that? How did I expand all those? I don't know what button I hit. Oh, that's cool. All right, well, I will save that and we'll close it. So it does run Silksong hype is insane. Oh, that's, yeah. Well, that was all at once too. Like Baldur's Gate 3, I think had similar, but Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't on day one. It had early access, which allowed people to buy it early, so a lot of people already had it. And then when it did come out, I think it was word of mouth that got it, so it spread out that stuff. But then there's other games that just get like front page stuff and. Anyway, I don't think I need to touch anything on here. I'm gonna narrow this down so I know what I need to re-render. I think it was just through here. Yeah, and I don't need audio. Okay, here we go. I'll try to render this out, I want to say tonight, but I have no idea. I'd say that and then I'll forget. I always forget. I think I rented out the fixes for this afternoon because I was working from home and I thought about it, and so I was like, oh, I'm not using my computer, so just render it. Yeah. If anything, you know, since we're whatever, let's go and upload that thing to Derpy Brew. Why are you so big? Why are you here? Go away. But I can't remember my login. Hold on, I need to figure out my login. Do I still have it saved, or do I have to? Oh, I do. Aha. Okay. There we go. Okay. What are these? Comments from 11 months ago from Background Pony. What is that? What are they commenting on? I'm gonna post this because it was too funny to be lost. I don't think I did. Yeah, somebody else posted that one. I was gonna say, but it is. I do like. Oh, sorry, it's kind of in the way. I do like this GIF. Okay. Don't do anything on here anymore. All right, choose a file. Can I grab my webm? There we go. Okay, it looks like it's doing fine. About this image source. Just no source. All right, so this is Solo. Captain Solano. Boat. Rain. SFM. Animated. Kind of. Lightning. I don't know what they would do for a time freeze. We'll do ocean. Is there anything more in there? Safe. I guess that's an important one. Technically, I guess it goes female. Well, this is the song I put on the spinny thing I made. Is WebM? Yeah, it is. Okay, so it is a tag. I guess I could do 3D, but I think that kind of comes with SFM. I posted things before here with minimal tags, and then like I kind of yelled at for not taking a little effort in doing it. So I'm trying to do a little bit extra. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. I can't think of any other tags. I have people add them if they need. Oh, actually the most important. How do I have 268 things? Holy crap. Where did the... Okay. I haven't posted it here in 8 years. Bird. Some of those are multi-tagged. So like, if I go to, I can't remember a spare name. Even though I just looked at it. CELAE. Not AE. CELAENO. Oh, CE. They're all backwards. Sometimes. Okay, they did some implied, but it's all like sexy, weird things. Okay, don't like that as much. But they usually put implied. Oh, that's hiding here. Other tags. So it's saying if you're searching this tag, it also more than likely includes these tags. So even if they don't say bird, it would normally include bird. If you search for a bird, that she would, anything for Captain Selena would also show up. But I probably should put it here because it wasn't showing that. So what are my implied ones? Hold on. I don't want to go TikTok. Do I have? Yeah, this is one thing I did like about the Drupal group. I had a takedown request taken for like full video stuff, and they said, "Hey, you know, you've had a few of these come through. Do you want to provide us some kind of context as to like what rules should be put on there if people put your stuff in there?" And so yeah, they actually put word for word what I asked them to, which is kind of nice. Though, like right here, this is what looks to be 100% that whole video, so doesn't stop people from doing it. But they don't look like they have like a implied tag thing, because I would think that would have like implied SFM. Created no. Oh, was it 6 years ago they did that lock-in? Because before that the tag was an implied tag, but then they locked it in as a tag. Okay, I guess I don't have any. Okay. See how it goes. Ship here in up to an hour. Okay, yeah, I mean, if you're sending them like a giant freaking file, sure, but those tags seem a little sus. Yeah. Well, I'm using a legacy tag apparently. So yeah, like I don't want to click that one. Which apparently includes explicit but just covers it, where the current one I think just hides them completely unless you choose to. Because again, I go on Derby Brewery here and there, but I don't like log in, so I haven't logged in for frickin' ever. Oh, looks like it's done. Is it done? No, it's not done yet. It's processing, I think. I'm not watching anything. It shows it here, it's just not visible, so. I rock. What's been? Yeah, so this one's like a full video thing that was posted, and then these are just like YouTube scratch shots, whatever. I should check this every now and then, just to make sure. Like, I've had people tag me on the things, like here. They tag me as an artist, and sure, I guess I have one little thumbnail here, but I wouldn't consider that is something that I would be tagged an artist for. Everything through here, yeah. One of them here is the boys reference. That's technically somebody making an edit, but I consider that I have enough of that. This probably I don't need to be on there. Did somebody upload all of Doors? See, I was worried about my WebM being too big, and people are uploading an entire like 15-minute videos in 4K. Yeah, whatever. But see, if I go to the homepage, I don't see the thing. Where's my thing? If I search my tag, it pops up. Whatever. It probably just takes a little bit. So whatever. How many terabytes was that WebM? I'm not gonna like try to search on it. I have no clue. It would be terabytes. A 15-minute video at let's say they did it at 1080. Actually, let's check. What quality is it on here? That's probably, I would say, 720. If that's, oh no, it says 1920 by 1080. For a 12-minute video, they could maybe, oh, it's actually 90 megabytes there. I was gonna say, oh, because WebM compresses it. That's why I was thinking of 720, because like it's definitely a little extra compressed. Like how much was mine then? The new one I just put up, because it's supposed to be 7 megabytes. Yeah, they compressed it down to 3. And you can definitely tell it's compressed. But that's just that's why YouTube is nice, because YouTube would be a much better quality for this, but I'm not putting that on YouTube. If anything, kind of being blurred gives it a little bit of like, it makes like all the rain in the background kind of actually blend into like a painting kind of feel. I kind of like that. Cool. There it goes. It's on the front page now. It goes there. Maybe mods had to manually review it. No, it's probably that I could see it because it was like an initial processing, and it might be that like the quality will improve as it does, so like full previews, because like this is going to be one preview version. This is probably not a WebM. This is probably the whole WebM converted to a GIF in the background using some whatever algorithm, and to make it a lot more efficient. And then they've just have that at the preview image and then the full image, because like, if this whole page opened and like say this image was like 8K, sure, you want to open it and get the 8K, but if you have the small preview be the 8K too, this page would take forever to open, and people then going through and clicking next would have this big they'd have this big delay as they were opening things, where if they make a smaller preview for it, then those can load in like a fraction of the time. I had a problem at work where one of the SharePoint sites that we have, one of the managers wanted to put this big like image that was made by corporate for quality on the front page, but the file he got was like the marketing version, which was like 16K. This image was like, I think it was somewhere around 16,000 pixels by like 8,000 pixels. It was enormous. It was like 50 megabytes as an image. And they put it, and he just embedded it on the front page. And when every time he loaded that page, the page would hitch for a second, load without the image, and then you wouldn't be able to click anything until the image loaded, and it would take like 4 or 5 seconds. And I'm like, why did you do that? So I went and took the image and I brought it to GIMP and had to drop the quality of it and then re-uploaded it. It looked identical. Nothing changed, but it just loaded faster. And I told him afterwards, I'm like, if you're gonna upload images like that, please let me know ahead of time. And so the next time he just sent me an image and said, can you replace it with this? And I was like, thank you, please. Because it was so bad. Well, technically it wasn't explicit. It was just, I would call it lewd. There was once, and I have an image of it around here somewhere, of because hot linking is a thing. So like, let's say you're hosting a website and you have an image on your website, but then another website goes and decides, I like that image and I'm going to put it on my website, but they don't download a copy inside the URL or the HTML. They just provide a link to the image from your website. So when they load their page, that website goes, oh, the image is over here on this other server. Okay, I'll go grab it. But every time it loads, it's going and grabbing their image, which is, somebody's paying for web hosting and web serving. And now this website is getting external calls from somebody else to host the image on their website. So from your side, you're seeing it on the page and it's fine. But in the background, it's eating up their server time to constantly be pulling this image. And I had it for, I had a website that I owned. I didn't really have much bandwidth for it. And I was checking the logs one day and I was seeing tons of these hotlink calls where another website was pulling an image from my server. And it was just this goofy thing I made with Barney getting chainsawed by Marcus from Gears of War, because it was back when I played a lot of Gears of War. And they made it their like picture for game battles or something. And I was like, hey, you're eating my whatever, my data processing. Can you please, like, if you want this, just download a copy of it? And they never responded. Well, the fun thing about hot linking is that I own that image. So I just changed the image. So I changed it to the exact dimensions that they had for game trailers, to an image of their clan name with like rainbows and butterflies. And that was just like really, really corny, and it was like love and friendship. And they changed that hot link within about 30 minutes. And then they sent me a nastygram saying, well, you didn't have to do that. And I'm like, well, then why did you give me the ability to? Why would you give somebody the ability to literally put whatever image they want on your website? Because nobody else is going to tell the difference. Why would you do that? It was so funny. It was so quick to get a change when they wouldn't respond to emails. So yeah, just don't hot link. It's a little different now, but Rare Jack, yeah, I should be watching what's on the screen here, because otherwise I don't know what's going to be coming up. Anyways, yeah, I think we're good on here. Subtle Force. But that was, when was that? That was about 19 years ago. Internet was a different place. So it was just, I was in college and I didn't really have a job, but I was paying for web hosting and I wasn't going to have them eating up my bandwidth. Yeah, that was like 19 years ago. That was like 2007. I think. Let's see if I can find some of the files for that. Well, the Ace Online was after that. Yeah, so it was about 2009, because these images are from 2011, and I didn't do the Ace Online website until until like a year or two after doing that stuff. So it's maybe 2000 to 2010. Wish I had more images of that website. Are these the images? Oh, that's not the website. That's a game I used to play. I used to play that so much. Yeah, I don't think I have some of the images of the website anymore, because I used to have an actual picture of that, like that thing right after the guy. Oh, that was what it was. I did the rainbows, and I had this image, and I had it, and it said "We like big balls." That's what I did. It was literally that one. That's probably why it's there. These are very old images. Yeah, but I'm not seeing where I did that edit. No. Oh, okay, I thought maybe that was my Barney picture was. So I have lost a lot of stuff to time. Hard drive failures and stuff. But I'm not seeing any of those backups on here, so. Yeah. Oh, well. I can see why they changed it so fast. Yeah, it was fun. I used to do a lot of photoshopping back then, so I wasn't good at it, but I did a lot of it. I'm still not good at it, but I could do some edits. Anyways, I think we're going to be done because it's only just a couple minutes left. But thanks for sitting through getting that done, because like you saw, it can take, I mean, there's a lot of talking in there too, but it can take like redoing all the audio, bringing it all in, then rewatching and watching like 4 or 5 times to make sure you caught everything, looking at tiny little things, noticing magic that's wrong, and then having to re-render. That's the stuff that like takes a lot of time and tediousy. So, but I should be able to get it done hopefully this weekend. This is a very busy weekend though. We have Michael's birthday's tomorrow, and so we're doing a barbecue, and Sunday he wants to go see a movie earlier in the day, and then have stream later. And then, God, this weekend we have Wednesday's D&D, Saturday is board game hangout, and then Friday's last stream. That's all day. So like this whole week is gonna be just crazy long. Anyway, where can we send you guys? Yeah, it's his birthday tomorrow. He's turning 29 for the guy, like 18th time. I don't remember how many. Where can we send you guys? My brain processed that as like like one of the bots from Evangelion, or like the angels. Are there more derpies in the house than last week? His mom brought a couple little like G5 ponies, but Michael said she even got this one, and it was a hitch pony, but she just bought all the ones. They're just like tiny ones. But I can't guide the raid because Edward did it. Like literally beat you to it by like a minute. I can't raid his room because he's not even in his room. He's downstairs at the big TV watching movies. What is he watching? Let's go see. They're not watching anything. They're not watching anything from the Plex, which is interesting. They must be watching it from some streaming service. I have Amazon for like another month, so he could be watching that. I think somebody's logged into Netflix downstairs too. Chase playing Persona. How many? Okay, I want to check one more thing here. Do I have Jay on my friends list? Okay, yeah, I do. Only 122 hours in Persona. Okay, I want to check. He actually has a lot of hours in SFM. He used to do some like commission stuff in there. I thought like Persona was going to be higher than this list. Okay. I thought he was going to have a lot more hours in Persona. Like, he must just stream it and that's it. Not actually like play it other than that. I was waiting for like 500 hours, but it's still a lot. Splatoon Raiders is a new one, isn't it? Wait, was the fate of the Sonic career ever decided? No, it's still there. We'll figure something out for Friday. Where can we send you? Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. Wasn't this just asked about earlier? Jay, if we raid him, tends to not pay attention. We can let me see how his mic's today. Well, it's a little better than normal. Usually he's pretty quiet. We can raid Jay. Oh, look, I get some points. Yeah. Because we haven't said. So it's Jay and Mo. That are there together. So it took me around 136 to beat Persona 5 Royal. So he might be near the end. Like, is that just to beat it, or is that like to 100% it? Are your issues with D&D game records got me thinking about a solution? I've been working on ChatGPT to develop a software solution, and we have got what appears to be a workable solution. May I tag you in a DM to discuss it? I'm currently got GPT building a mock-up slideshow. I think it'll be fine. Most of those issues I have is only when I'm working on it, and that's like once every 2 weeks or a few hours. It's fine. It does what I need it to do, and spending any time at all trying to improve it isn't really going to be worth the time, because it just doesn't change much. So no, I think I'll be fine. 100% hours. All right, we're gonna head over there. So but yeah, we'll see you guys on Sunday. Like I mentioned, Michael's not going to be available this weekend, so we're still going to be playing Abiotic Factor because it's the last weekend to do it, so we're going to do it. But Michael will not be there. But we've also not played with John or Kyle before, so I can't really say that. Can't wait for Michael either. So, yeah, we'll be doing that Sunday, and then we have the Tuesday stream, and then the big Friday stream. And my plan right now is to start at like around 10 and run till 10, so to go 12 hours, but I will have to probably use bathroom and food, but and I'm going to try to figure out some things to do during that time. I'm going to kind of like go over, like open up old videos and maybe watch some of the older videos I had, take a request stream, that kind of thing, along with playing video games. My original plan was to play the Halo game, but now it's like, I don't want to support them for making kind of things. But yeah, otherwise have a good weekend. And if you're on the Discord, say happy birthday to Michael tomorrow. Have a good one, everybody.